The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. The narrow gate won't open for all, big or small, wretched and wicked, kind and good. Spirits are judged. There is a reckoning of spirits. Justice will be swift.
The gate is narrow.
The gate is narrow. My ravens and crows will be there to witness the end
Of this matrix.
ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. This hell realm will be sealed forever and ever. Evil demons belong here.
Evil demons will burn here.
I love for the shekels. I love the shekels more.
Isn't the same as day. The sun isn't the same as the moon. I am not you. I am not you.
I am not the same being, not the same species as you. Spiritual species. I am not you. I am not we. I am not in your sick, weak, collective human beings.
Hive-minded, slave-minded haters of truth.
Hello.
I'm in a 99% white town, white community, and it's quiet, it's clean, it's peaceful, ain't no interruptions, disturbances, or discrepancies.
This black woman moved to a majority white neighborhood and now she says her life is better. Guess what? The internet doesn't like it. She's getting a ton of hate for saying this. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please consider liking and subscribing. Today we're gonna have an uncomfortable conversation, okay? Because this black woman is going viral for having moved across the country to a predominantly white neighborhood, and she's saying, you know what? Living in a white neighborhood as a black woman is better than anywhere I've lived before. Let's talk about it. Now we're gonna get into her first video that sparked all this controversy and ended up going viral, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Now y'all know I've been talking about leaving the East Coast, which I did, and now I'm over here on the West Coast. And I'm going to tell you what's crazy. There are hardly no black people over here. There's only 2 black people in my whole development. And I've only seen 1 black person, and that he works at Publix. I'm in a 99% white town, white community, and it's quiet, it's clean, it's peaceful, ain't no interruptions, disturbances, or discrepancies. Why in the hell can't we be like that in the black neighborhood? It's a shame we have to move to the other side of the world just to get and be and live the way life was meant to be. And that's sad. And I've never lived around white people before, and I got to actually say, it's very pleasurable.
And I've got to say, it is very pleasurable. Now, a lot of people are going to get upset about this because they're going to deem her to be racist. They're going to call her a race traitor, a for leaving her neighborhood and moving to a white one and actually being happier there. But is she right? That's the question. Was she leading a different life in a black neighborhood and one that is completely disappeared now that she's in a white neighborhood? Let's answer the question. First and foremost, let me say, not all black people are acting up. Not all black people are contributing to the black fatigue that many feel in our society right now. Not all black people are the ones that are getting in brawls at the Carnival Cruise or beating up people at the Wendy's or starting fights at Waffle House. But there is a particular issue within the black community, if that's even what we want to call it, with these particular problems. And I think that's what she's speaking to. And now that she's moved to a white neighborhood, she's looking around and going, I don't see any of that behavior taking place because it really wouldn't be tolerated. It's okay to acknowledge these things. It's okay to point out that there are problems, and it's okay to not want to live with those issues. If you're living in a neighborhood that is consistently loud, where people are getting in fights, where people are part of gangs, where you're going to the grocery store and everything is locked up, where there's no trust and there's a lot of risk just being out in your community, it's okay to not want to be there anymore. You are not a race traitor for calling that out, and that in fact would imply that all black people just accept this and act this way and are a part of this sort of behavior. It's okay to want more for yourself. It's okay to actually take more for yourself, which is what she's doing. But of course, she's getting hate for having moved to a white neighborhood, for having made this statement, but she's not letting it go. She's responding. Let's watch her next video.
I'm going to tell you something. It's a shame how many black people are coming in my box talking to me because I am actually happy that I am living in a neighborhood that is clean, beautiful, clear, quiet, and it just so happened to be around nothing but white people. And I got black people trying to make me feel bad because I wanted to raise my son in an environment where I don't want him thinking smoking crack and being a prostitute and then keeping your neighborhood dirty and riding around disturbing the peace and with your pants up under your and you walk around wearing bunnies and being a bunch of dirty foot whores and your badass kids is normal. Look at my son. Look at my child. My child is living a life, and you think I'm wrong for that?
I know I don't. And you know what? I get how her tone is going to piss a lot of people off, but is she wrong? And in her doing something about it, she's actually doing something for her family. She's breaking generational curses, as many call them, generational trauma, and actually placing her son in a better environment. And that's what she speaks to at the end of the video. I think so often when we're having conversations about race, black people, there is this prevailing narrative that black people are always set aside. They're always put down, and it's by the white man and the system and the oppressor, and they have generational trauma that they're carrying through just decades and decades and decades of this existence and this narrative, when in reality, you can take it upon yourself to break a lot of the generational curses that you are facing. And that's what this woman is doing, not only for herself, but for her son as well. And if that means looking around your community and going, you know what, this is not good enough, and moving to a white neighborhood, then so be it. And you know what? I bet none of these white people care that she is in the neighborhood. I bet they are welcoming her as a neighbor. I bet they are welcoming her son. And clearly they are making her feel like she made the right decision. Alongside the prevailing narrative that Black people are consistently oppressed by the system and the white man is that every single white person is evil, that you shouldn't be around them, that they're constantly judging you, that they're constantly trying to hold you down. But look, she's a testament to the opposite. I actually came across a video the other day of a Black woman saying she would rather be in a neighborhood of Crips and Bloods than be around white people. And let me pull up the receipts.
I 100% feel more comfortable being around a group of Crips and Bloods and whoever the hell else than I would around a group of white people.
All right. Let me get this straight. You would rather be around a group of rival gangs of Black people, probably experiencing Black on Black crime, drug trafficking, prostitution, all of these different things. You'd rather be in that community and in that environment than around a group of white people. And why? All because of a narrative, not because of reality. Because if we look at the numbers, if we look at the crime stats, if we look at the impact on Black people in the Black community, white people are not your problem. Crips and Bloods most definitely are. And that's another angle on this. As much as some Black people want to complain that it's the system keeping them down, it's the system making their communities look like this. That's why things are locked up. That's why people are stealing. That's why people are fighting. That's why people are joining gangs. A lot of this is self-imprisonment due to mindset. And it is going to take a lot to make the Black neighborhoods that the lady is talking about in the original video I showed you look different. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of teaching, a lot of stepping out of self-imprisonment to make those communities reflect the same nature as the white community that she moved into. But it has nothing to do with skin color and everything to do with mindset. There are white people with that mindset, Asians, Hispanics, you name it. But can we also acknowledge the fact that it is a particular problem within the Black community? Can we say that out loud? And it's going to take much more than a conversation to fix it. Parenting has to change. Schooling has to change. People have to want better for themselves first. People have to start working within their own communities to demand better, or leaving when they know they can't. You guys know that I'm friends with police officers that do a ton of work with at-risk kids who are in neighborhoods like these. And it is a multi-generational problem. As I said, it gets down to parenting and schooling and exposure to a world that could be different from the world that they're living in. Some people don't even know they should want more. And when they do finally make the realization that they want more and they start to move in that direction, they're often held down by the members of their community who are telling them that they shouldn't have these desires, just like the lady in the video. But she's not stepping off these people's necks, okay? She had one more update video. I have to show it to you guys.
And another thing, you think I'm gonna let y'all broke down Tonka truck minded motherfuckers make me feel bad for wanting to live better? You think I'm gonna let you got foot draggers, got underbrain developed motherfuckers make me feel bad for wanting to have peace in my life? If you want to keep your saggy pant bunny wearing in the fucking hood, acting like a bunch of mindless buffoons, and keep your motherfucker there, because the world that live like this want y'all to stay over there. So don't with me because I want that little boy back there under the water having a good time, happy. Are you fucking nuts? And that's the problem, because a lot of Black people think that living like that is normal. I'm here to tell you, the ghettos are not normal. Living like that is not fucking normal. That lets me know you got a mental arrested development and you need help and prayer. Message.
Did she stutter? I don't think so. Good on her for wanting more for herself. Good on her for going out and achieving that for not only her, but her son. And to the people online that are coming after her, I have to think they're members of like a few groups. One, Black people that are stuck in their ways, stuck in the cycle, and want her to be stuck too. And shame on you for that. Although some do not know better, and what woke leftists who have been trained to think that Black people can do no wrong because they've been held down for so long, and in their brains and in their minds, they think that this behavior is just the outcome of a system that has made people act in this way. Give me a break. It is one thing to not know better. That's one situation. It's another thing to know better and to make excuses for people and to shame those who do better. And until we say that, nothing's gonna get done. And it is gonna be a matter of just like moving to a better neighborhood and moving around rather than allowing your neighborhood and your community to evolve, which, as I said in this video, is going to take a lot of time and a lot of work, but we should start talking about that time and about that work, shouldn't we? With that being said, at the start of this video, I said it might be an uncomfortable conversation. It's a conversation that needs to be had. Nonetheless, I've given you my thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, if you disagree with anything I said in this video, do get out, but do so respectfully. I encourage healthy debate on this channel. And if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every day. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Everyone is an attention seeker. Everyone. I'm an attention seeker. You're an attention seeker. We're all attention seekers, guys. And it's funny because the phrase attention seeker is commonly used as an insult. Like, people would be like, oh, you're an attention seeker. You're just trying to get attention. But that's a completely absurd thing to say because everyone does that. Everyone tries to get people's attention. The only difference is it lies on a spectrum. Some people do it more subtly. Some people just do it in a more subtle manner, while others it's just very blatant. But that doesn't change the fact that we're all attention seekers. So I find that insult to be completely redundant, in my opinion. But today in this video, I'm going to be talking more specifically about how people do it subtly. Am I even saying that word correctly? Subtly. I'll just say subtle. So, a lot of the times, people are basically trying to get people's attention. And you may not even notice it. And it comes down to very simplistic things. Very simplistic things. I mean, actually, really, it comes down to things that we just deem as normal. Why do you want to buy a new pair of shoes, or why do you want to buy some new clothes? Because you think it looks good. Well, that's what you would say on the surface. I think it looks good. It looks good to me. And this is where people are lying to themselves. Because a lot of the times we always say, oh, I'm doing it for myself. I'm not doing it for other people. But that's not true. That's not true at all. Because even though you walk outside with those new shoes, with those new clothes, even though obviously chances are no one's going to acknowledge it, like a random stranger is likely not going to acknowledge it, the truth is you will still feel a sense of satisfaction because who knows, maybe in that random stranger's mind, they're saying, oh, they look clean. I mean, how many times have you guys looked at someone's outfit and just thought in your mind, wow, that actually looks pretty dope? I mean, we've all done it. So we know that other people potentially think that, oh, we look clean. And that alone is enough to satisfy us. That alone is enough to make us feel, oh, wow, I got their attention. Obviously, it would be a lot better for us if someone actually commented on it. Deep down, that's what a lot of us hope for when we do these things, when we do these subtle things. Now, I'll give you another example, right? So I take the train to go to work and to do other stuff in general. But so I use the train in my city pretty often. And the other day at the station, I saw this dude, probably like 18, 19. This dude was just practicing his skateboarding and he was pretty damn good at it, right? And he was doing all sorts of flips. But the thing is, no one was acknowledging it. No one was doing anything. No one was saying anything about it. And of course, that makes sense because people are trying to get places. I believe this was a Sunday, Saturday or Sunday. I don't remember. But point is, this dude is basically practicing his skateboarding in front of a lot of people, right? And he was very skilled at it too. Like, very skilled. Way better than I am. But so no one acknowledged it. But at the same time, someone in that crowd of people probably thought in their mind, this dude is good. And want to know an example of that? Me. You know, as a guy that's into skateboarding, I looked at what he was doing. I was like, okay, that's pretty dope. But the thing is, I didn't say anything, obviously, because I was doing my own stuff. You know, I was running some errands. I was going somewhere. But the thing is, that person that was doing that skateboarding, that was practicing his skateboarding, you know, he already knows, you know, even though no one says anything, someone has to think I look cool doing this. And that's attention seeking. That's attention seeking right there. I mean, the entire concept of skateboarding is kind of attention seeking if you think about it. The entire concept of it. And I say this as a guy that's actually into it, but I'm just being brutally honest. Why do people do tricks in public? Because it looks cool to random people. I mean, really, think about it. You know, would you really be spending all that time? The thing is, that person that was doing that skateboarding, that was practicing his skateboarding, you know, he already knows, you know, even though no one says anything, someone has to think I look cool doing this. And that's attention seeking. That's attention seeking right there. I mean, the entire concept of skateboarding is kind of attention seeking if you think about it. The entire concept of it. And I say this as a guy that's actually into it, but I'm just being brutally honest. Why do people do tricks in public? Because it looks cool to random people. I mean, really, think about it. You know, would you really be spending all that time practicing tricks if you were just, I don't know, if you were the only person on earth, would you really be spending that much time practicing those tricks? No. I mean, people even do it, you know, most people just do it for a clip or for social media or, you know, just to get hyped up at a park. You're not going to be doing that stuff if you're the only person on earth. Let's be real. Let's talk about another thing that people probably haven't thought about. If any of you play video games, I mean, I used to play video games, not as often, but one game that I used to play is League of Legends. Now we got to talk about League of Legends, or it's not even just about League of Legends. It's really about all sorts of competitive video games. So basically think about any sort of competitive video game, right? The thing is, there's people that compete, there's people that actually take this stuff seriously, and I mean, it always kind of struck me as odd how people take this stuff so seriously because it's just pixels on a screen. But yet we put comparison games over pixels on a screen. Like, look at me, I have a higher rank than you. You're trash, you're silver, I'm diamond, get good, kid. And it's funny because when you think about those ranks, right? When you think about those ranks, the only way you could see those ranks is just from your profile. So you click on your profile and it shows a rank and it just says diamond, and then it has the diamond logo, emblem I meant. That's it. That's literally it. You know, all of that grinding, all of that competing, all of that just for something to show up on your profile, which pretty much no one's looking at as well. That's kind of the funny thing when I actually think about it. Most people, you know, they grind for a rank in a video game, even though you're really the only one thinking about that rank. Unless you're some sort of professional, but let's just say you're an average person, you have an average life, but you're really good at this video game. Oh, look at you, you happen to get to diamond. So what? So what? Yeah, you could tell your friends maybe, but so what? What do you get out of that? It's literally just a logo that says diamond. It's a bunch of text on your profile that says diamond. A lot of the things we do are just flat out absurd. Like, when you really think about it, and actually, when I used to play these games, when I eventually thought about how absurd these, you know, the competition was, how absurd the entire concept of ranking is, I was just like, wait, isn't this just supposed to be for fun? Isn't this a video game that's meant for fun? Why is it turned into a competition? You know, it's absurd. The moment I made that realization, I just completely stopped playing competitive mode. I just played one game, put it down, and then if it was fun, keep playing maybe. But, you know, I took it a lot more casually after that. Because I'm like, why are we competing over this game? It's literally just a video game. I mean, if you look at skateboarding, it's literally just you're standing on a piece of wood. But yet, you know, even that's a comparison game. Even outside of, you know, the tricks, it's a comparison game. Oh, this person has faster progress than me. Oh, why am I not there yet? Why am I not able to do this yet? It's kind of interesting how the things that we're supposed to be doing for fun, like the purpose of these things is to have fun, but our mind always just somehow turns them into comparison. Our mind just turns it into a competition because we always compare our progress with what other people's progress is. And that's just completely stupid. I mean, even though I recognize how stupid it is, I can't even deny it. I still do that. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm exempt from, you know, what we do in this game. I'm not saying that, because even the things I do, even I'm an attention seeker. It would be completely idiotic of me to say that I'm not an attention seeker when I'm literally posting a video to YouTube for thousands of people to watch. I'm an attention seeker. Now, if I'm going to be brutally honest, well, the main motivation behind why I'm an attention seeker in this case is for profit. It's for money. That's the number one reason why. It's not really the amount of eyes on me or how many people know who I am. That's not really what motivates me. So I guess I'm different in that regard, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm still an attention seeker, right? I want your attention, guys. I really, really want your attention, guys. Because that's how I make money. And also, want to know what else? The longer you guys watch these videos, the more I get paid. So basically on YouTube, the more watch hours you get, the more views you get. Well, the more views you get, obviously you guys already know that you get more money, but let's just say a video gets like 4,000 views, but it only gets 100 watch hours. That's not going to generate as much money as a video that has 4,000 views and generates, I don't know, 600 watch hours. Right? So what I'm doing with this platform is I'm trying to get your attention in the best way I can so I can make more money. Not only in terms of views, but I want you to sit there and watch my videos until the end. You know, I'm just being brutally honest. That's what I'm trying to do with YouTube. You know, some of you may just close the video right now and be like, oh, this guy's fake. This guy just wants us to watch because he wants to make money. Well, hey, if that's what you want to do, then I have no problem with that. But I'm just telling the truth, guys. This is how I make money. So I want your attention. I'm an attention seeker. And all of us are attention seekers. Everyone that does YouTube is an attention seeker. I mean, heck, everyone that does Twitch streaming is an attention seeker. Everyone that's in some sort of public eye is an attention seeker. Seriously. We claim that we do it for the content. Oh, we just do it for the passion. No, we just do it for the attention. Because that's how we make a living. So it's kind of ironic because I'm making a video about how everyone is an attention seeker, but at the same time, I get paid to be an attention seeker. It's a completely absurd situation. Now, one thing people do, people in this society, this disgusting society, this evil society, nah, I'm just kidding, but one thing people do is they enjoy sharing their achievements with everyone else. Look at me, world, I've accomplished this. You know, I used to use Reddit. Well, I never really used it, but I just browsed on it whenever I needed to look up some important information or just anything related to what I'm doing. And what I would do is I would frequent YouTube creators subreddits. And one thing people did, you know, I haven't used them in a long time, but I remember one thing people did is whenever they had a viral video, or not even just a viral video, just a video that got a decent amount of views, they would post it on Reddit, and they would basically be like, guys, look at me, you know, I got a video that finally blew up. Oh my god, guys, look at me, I got 100,000 subscribers. Guys, look at me, I finally got my first 1,000 subscribers. Like, people just always feel the need to show to the entire world what they accomplished. Obviously, you already know in real life they're going to be like, oh my god, to everyone they know, they're going to be like, oh my god, look at me, look what I did. And okay, actually, this is where I do have to say that I'm a bit different in this regard, because I have no real urge to show everyone my achievements. I have no real urge. I mean, heck, I'm pretty sure that most people would share with at least one person if they had a 16,000 subscriber YouTube channel. But me, I never told a single person. Not one person knows I do YouTube. And you might be like, wait, that's kind of crazy. Why haven't you told anyone? Because why would I? The thing is, why do people care so much about having other people know what they're doing in their life? Why? Why is that the case? What do you want? A brownie? A cookie? Is that what you want? Just go to a bakery if that's the case. I mean, come on, people. Why do we always have to announce every single thing? I mean, take a look at LinkedIn, for example. Oh boy, this is going to be just... LinkedIn is a complete and utter joke. I mean, you guys, if you guys use LinkedIn or know anything about LinkedIn, you already know what I'm about to say, but these people are so cringy, man. They're so cringe, man. Look at me, guys. I finally got accepted into a new job. Or they don't even say job, they say role because they want to sound all professional. I got accepted into a new role, and then they post that, and then other people are like, congratulations, I wish you best of luck. But why? Okay, I'm actually completely confused as to why people do this. Why do people do this, guys? Why do people do this, right? And my confusion is because typically you would use LinkedIn to network and get connections in order to get the job, in order to get that high-paying job. But once you already got the job, why are you still pretending? Why are you still even using LinkedIn? What's the point? Like, how do people live like this? Like, if you really want to fake it till you make it, I understand. If you want to use LinkedIn, fake it till you make it. Go ahead. I'm not complaining about that. I mean, I do find it completely stupid, and I would never want to do that. But if you want to do that just to get a job, because, you know, if that's what it takes, then go for it. But why are you still doing that if you already got the job? Why are you doing that? You know, and if you already know how the game works, if you already know that everything on this platform, LinkedIn, is fake, then why are you posting that? Why? No, seriously. If any of you are using LinkedIn, if any of you watching this video use LinkedIn, why do you do that? What's wrong with you? It doesn't make any sense. And then the person again, I wish you best of luck. No, you don't. You don't even care about the person you're talking about. I mean, none of these people care about each other, but they're talking about this. They're talking like this. Like, what? I'm just completely baffled as to why this is a thing. Why are we pretending? Why? It's like, why? None of us care about each other. None of us, no. It doesn't even make any sense. But hey, I've always said, guys, if you want to be successful in this life, you have to role play. That's what it takes. It takes role playing. Well, okay, I have to change that. If you want to be successful in the corporate world, maybe not in life in general, but in the corporate world. And of course, we can't talk about attention seeking without mentioning the absurdity of Instagram. I really hate how whenever you have a friendly interaction with a stranger, they always ask you, oh, what's your Instagram? And when you say, oh, I don't have one, because I don't have one. I never really used Instagram like that. I mean, even when I used to have an account, I never really posted on it. I only used it because sometimes I would need to access something, and I would need to have an Instagram account to access something in a very rare scenario. That's the only reason I even had it. So when people ask me, what's your Instagram? I'm like, none. I don't have one. It creates this very awkward atmosphere because they don't even know what to say. And I mean, is it really that odd to not have an Instagram? Okay, odd is not the right word, but is it really that surprising? Really? I mean, I just despise the entire concept of Instagram. I just despise it, bro. Like, what do you do on there? You just post pictures just for everyone else to look at what you're posting, press like. I mean, what's the point of that? I was never really into this kind of stuff ever. So if you're someone that was ever into this, please explain to me the point of that. Because isn't this just the epitome of attention seeking? Guys, look where I am. Look where I went on vacation. It's like, why can't we just keep anything to ourselves? Why do we always have to announce to everyone what we're doing? You know, what we're feeling? Why do we have to do that? Why, guys? Look at me, guys. I went to Japan. Oh, please congratulate me. Oh, guys, it's my birthday. Nobody cares. Oh my God, bro. It's funny because, you know, really nobody actually cares. That's the funny thing. Because everyone's so obsessed with what they have going on in their own lives, and everyone's so obsessed with seeking attention that, you know, I mean, maybe they'll acknowledge you, but deep down, they don't truly care because they're playing their own attention-seeking game. So you have this absurd scenario where, you know, everyone's basically just chasing after people's attention. And once you get that attention, it's pointless, but they don't even see that it's pointless because they're all chasing that attention. But the thing is, I see how stupid it is. I see it. Like, you could post whatever you want on there, post whatever on your story. The truth is, not a single person that actually likes that post actually cares. Not a single person that comments actually cares. You know, they just don't care. They just don't. Why would I play such an absurd game? I'm above that. I'm above that nonsense. I'm above it. I'm above that game. I'm better than that. You know, this is the NPC game. That's what NPCs do. I don't do that nonsense, you know? And to be honest, even if I went on a vacation right now to the most exotic place on earth, I'm not going to tell you guys. I'm not telling you guys. Actually, okay, let me rephrase that. The only possible way I would tell you guys is if I'm using an example to make a point, and that example, that real life example, happens during my vacation. Because one thing I tend to do in my videos is when I make a point about, I don't know, about anything, about how absurd something is, I typically just use an example in my daily life to make it easier for you guys to understand. That's the only time I would ever mention going on vacation. Heck, tomorrow I could just be in, I don't know, a random island in the Pacific Ocean. And I ain't gonna tell you guys. I ain't gonna tell you guys. Because I'm just not wired like that. I just don't care. I mean, even if my YouTube channel got 100,000 subscribers tomorrow, I will not tell anyone. Nope. Because I just find it to be kind of cool how I'm kind of this like I have this big ass channel on YouTube. Okay, it's not that big, but you know, it's moderate, I guess. And people can watch my videos. Some of my videos get decent views, but I'm completely unbothered in person. No one knows me in person, you know? It's not because I don't show my face on here. I mean, even if I did show my face on here, it's not like most people are watching this kind of content, right? I mean, look at guys like Life Outrage or Born Into a Corrupt System who do show their face, you know? I doubt these guys have ever had anyone, you know, say, oh my God, you're that guy from YouTube. And, you know, that's actually kind of crazy now that I think about it, because they show their face and they still probably haven't got recognized. Someone could walk by me right now as I record this video, and I would just look like a weirdo sitting on the grass at night, you know? I would just look like a complete weirdo. They have no idea what I'm doing. They have no idea that that weirdo just sitting on the grass is going to have probably at least a couple thousand people watching his videos. You know, I just find that to be kind of interesting. I don't want to be no I Show Speed that has thousands of people walking up to him. Oh my God, can I get a picture? Can I get a picture, Speed? I don't want to have that nonsense, guys. And NPCs are so stupid that they think that this guy is living the life. They think that he's living the dream. He's not living the dream. Think about it, guys. This Speed dude, yeah, he has a lot of internet clout. He's very popular. He's very successful. He's rich. But so what? If you can't even just walk down the street without someone saying, oh my God, is that you? That's a nightmare. You can't even sit in a park like what I'm doing right now and just chill without someone walking up to you. Can I get a picture, please? You can't even just do anything. You can't even grab a bite to eat. You can't go to a convenience store. You can't go to a McDonald's. You can't live life. But yet NPCs are like, oh, he's living the dream. I wish I could live like that. Yeah. No. I don't care how much money you get. If I can't even just sit outside, and I love being outside. Every single video I make is outside. But how am I supposed to record videos? How am I supposed to enjoy being outside when NPCs are constantly surrounding me and being like, can I get a picture? You just can't enjoy that. And, you know, part of me thinks that dude is miserable. It's not even just...
If your goal is to truly escape the Matrix reincarnation soul trap, you need to understand this one thing. And I will not drag this video on to let you know what that thing is, because it is very simple. It is a recognition that what you are was never trapped in the first place. And so you see, when most people give you advice online pertaining to this very topic, they will instruct you to do things like visually turn around in space once you're out of body, turn away from the light realm, turn away from this love-bombing force, turn away from your loved ones, from these entities which may pose as your loved ones or anybody else, spiritual figures and whatnot, to resist the pull, to claim your sovereignty, to step into your creative force and create your own fantastical realm in the astral planes. To do all these sorts of things which still, at the very core of it, reinforce this notion or idea of being a particular someone. But as long as you take form in time and space, as long as you take form as a construct of some sort, you're still in the confines of the very system that you're trying to be free of. And so freedom doesn't come through the system. You can create your own fantastical paradise realm, and it may be glorious until it is not. Because one day you may become that very creator force, the demiurge that you so long to be free of. You may become the villain of your own creation. We cannot say that for sure, but what we can say with certainty is that all of experience exists in this polarity of a subject and an object. There's polarity, right? So when you take yourself to be a subject relating to an object or another subject, which is also an object to your perception, there's duality. And with duality comes separation, suffering. And it may be very subtle. You can imagine very high dimensional plane where everything is peaceful and loving, but there will still be a sense of you and other, a sense of something greater than you, or lesser than you might also be the case, right? But this distinction creates a sense of separation, hierarchy. And when we look into afterlife reports of this common light realm that people go to most commonly, there's hierarchy, there's separation, there's a spirit guide, there's council members, there's some glowing orb beyond the council members even, that is even greater and higher beyond those. People describe all sorts of beings and presences and energies, right? And once you begin listening to these reports, not from a place of taking them at face value, but really just listening to the observations that people are making, which is often that they see themselves as this, although very vast and possibly even infinite being in some sense, still limited, still differentiated, still separate from the other entities or beings in some way. There's a recognition that, yeah, we're all one. But it still doesn't erase the experienced separation in between. And so this is at the very core of this understanding, which is to recognize that what you are ultimately, not as some form, must carry the same essential nature, substance as the other, right? It is all the same. And to recognize this, you must first discern what experience appears in. It doesn't matter if it's an earthly experience. It doesn't matter if it's a heavenly 12th dimensional experience. It all appears in the awareness that you are. And that awareness doesn't come and go. That awareness itself doesn't take shape. The awareness that you are is intrinsically unaffected, imperturbable. It is unfazed by the content of experience. And it doesn't matter what sort of experience. It might be the most grandiose heavenly experience, might be the most hellish experience ever. It's all the same. And so the point is not to look for a particular flavor of experience, which so many people seem to do. They imagine that, yeah, I don't like this earthly place for X, Y, and Z reason. Granted, I agree with you. But what makes you think that some realm still experienced, still in duality, some realm beyond this system will somehow be better, will somehow be more liberating? Because if you cannot find liberation, freedom in yourself right now, what makes you think that you will be able to recognize that under any other circumstance? Why is now not good enough to recognize that? Why do you need to be in another place which is perhaps more peaceful, more tranquil, to realize what is always already present as you? And that is exactly why this is such an empowering discovery to make. Because this is not something you need to cultivate. People online, they tell you to do out-of-body travel, to discover the void, to do X, Y, and Z practice, to do all these things. And I'm definitely not against any of that. I agree with all of that. And I think as long as you're here, alive and well, do all that you can and muster up. Because a time alive is only well spent prepared for death. That is my philosophy. And so make use of this life. Don't squander it. Don't waste it. Don't pretend that your time is not valuable. Because you may come across many of these perspectives and find that, what is the meaning of all this? It seems pointless, right? Why fixate so much on these 80, maybe 100 years of a human lifetime if you've lived for eons, right? Well, the case is that if you are not able to escape, although that is really the wrong terminology, if you're not able to realize what you intrinsically are, it may just be the case that you forget. And we all forget all the time. Even in this lifetime, we continually remember, forget. But to truly discover what you are, it's not something you ever truly forget, because it is always present. And so focus on that. Be persistent in that. That is the only true anchor point to know that you are. So I think that wraps up and concludes this video. Let me know down below if you're taking anything away from this video, and if not, maybe you have a recommendation for the next one. Take care. Bye.
This is El Diablo. Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
Madness.
Madness. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes sing until the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle.
Battle's done.
His legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, my tickets. Hello. Hello, Salty Siren and the 7 or 8 lurkers here that probably seethe at my name. They hate me. They're tuned in, hate watching, saying, "Oh, I can't stand King Stephen. I can't." I hope I boil your fucking blood, demons. I hope I'm so under your skin that it isn't just like splinters, it's cockroaches under your skin, and you're getting the creepy crawlies like you're on meth or some drug that you think there's bugs all over you. I hope I torment you for all of eternity. That's what I hope for you. You creepy creatures that just lurk here, hate watching me. You hate the truth. That's what you really hate. I'm a messenger of truth, and I make no apologies for that whatsoever. I make no apologies for who I am and what I am and what I am planning on doing. What I've seen, what I've done, what I've experienced. I was thinking earlier about making a new either esoterica video or perhaps an alchemical gold video about experiences. Now, I know that the baby truthers would skim the surface and just spew out some simpleton shit, some platitudes, and, oh, well, Stephen, our experiences shape us, and Jack Talcott was divorced and lost his job and quit alcohol. Just all this basic low-level shit. That's what you're used to. Most humans are used to low-level shit. You're swimming in sewers and pretending that it isn't sewage. And then you encounter high-level stuff and you get envious, hateful, insecure. You lash out with rage, anger, hate, insecurity. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. Most of you on earth are this. This. Now, what's the difference? Well, your body. What's the difference in your behavior? Really, none. You're cockroaches. What's the difference between most of you on earth, the way you behave, spiritually, and a cockroach? No difference. What about cockroaches living together? Just a big pile of them in a sewer. No difference. It's the way most of you live. You're comfortable that way. You live like cockroaches and you love it. You love this realm as much as cockroaches love filth. You love it. You love this place. And that's why I keep telling you I can't help you. How can I help you? You love this sewer matrix. You're addicted to this place. You're attached to it. I can't help you. One of my song lyrics is, I can't set you free when you're in love with slavery. You're also in love with this realm, the filth of this sewer matrix. Most of you humans love this place. You love it. And I notice. I observe you. I see you. I see you. I see in the dark. Like an owl, a bird of prey. I see in the dark. What do I mean? Do I mean just at night? No. This is a dark realm. This is a realm of darkness. I see through the darkness. I see what you are versus what you pretend to be and want me to see. You want me to believe that you're something, most of you, other than what you are. But I see you as you are. Like this creature. I could see what this thing is 3 to 4 years ago. Joshua S. John, creepy, gingy. It's a real creepy creature.
Picture that I'm using right now, you can't fit the whole picture in it, right? So I tried to get the guy. When you know 100% that you're not that, but you also understand. Can you hear me okay? Is my mic okay? Yo, brah. Still here, shaking my head. Yeah, so you can hear me okay? Is that a yes to that? Yo.
Just remove your mic from your ass, from your gingy asshole. Maybe we can hear you better.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna make a video, but I decided just to go live instead. I felt like that was a better use of my time. All is love. I see you with my lizard eyes. Silky, what's up? Oh yeah, so that's a good point. So I was gonna make a video about how absolutely retarded and paranoid, schizophrenic inducing the whole truth journey makes you. And it's not until you make a channel of your own do you realize, because I've had so many people over the years call me a demon, call me a shape-shifting reptilian, call me a transgender, and like any and everything they've called me an agent, a shill. And it's like, damn, I know for damn sure I am none of those things. And to have people say that about you when you know 100% that you're not that, but you also understand, hey, I used to be in that mindset a lot too, because there are no real people out there talking about things. There's no one real out there. It has to be an agent, has to be a shill. Oh, I don't agree with what he's saying, so he's a shill, he's an agent, he's a shape-shifting demon. Fill in the blank. And then people want to, with no avatars, no videos of their own, want you to send them proof that you're not a transgender flip-flopper by filming your butt move around and your pelvis walk so they can analyze your fucking crotch. And it's going to get to a point where, oh no, that's not going to be enough. We want to see an actual dick pic. We want to see a real dick pic with balls. Then, only then will we know you're a real person. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Fill in the blank. And then people want to, with no avatars, no videos of their own, want you to send them proof that you're not a transgender flip-flopper by filming your butt move around and your pelvis walk so they can analyze your fucking crotch. And it's going to get to a point where, oh no, that's not going to be enough. We want to see an actual dick pic. We want to see a real dick pic with balls. Then, only then will we know you're a real person.
You don't have any balls. You can't show that. You don't have any balls. You don't have a dick. You have an innie. You don't have any balls. And it's not me calling him trans. Others are. Others are noticing how creepy this thing is.
It's fucking ridiculous, man. It's retarded. But I understand because I have been through that as well. But only when you have your own channel do you realize how fucking retarded it is. Whatever happened to just listening to people and arguing what they're saying? You don't have to agree with what they're saying, but pick apart what they're saying, not how they look. You have people want to zoom in on my eyes and say, look, it's a reptilian eye. Look, got him. Or like even in this avatar picture that I'm using right now, you can't fit the whole picture in it, right? So I tried to get the guy and the sign in it. And what do you know? the fucking circle cuts off the other part of the demon's face, so now it looks like a one eye. Oh no, one eye symbolism. He's lying. He's a deceiver. Oh my god. I know who you are.
Hey, psycho, what's up?
I'm just gonna go ahead and remove you because you're one of those people who want to infest people's minds with paranoia and delusions. I know who you are.
Hey, psycho, what's up?
I'm just gonna go ahead and remove you because you're one of those people who want to infest people's minds with paranoia and delusions. Everyone's a demon, but you. Get the fuck out of here, man. Hey, what's going on?
Hello. Hey, Joshua. Remember me? Nolan?
I do, yes.
Hey, brother. What's up, man? Come on, it's been so many months. Missed you, man.
I think...
Almost.
Go ahead.
Think what, sir? You were about to say something.
Oh no, go
I
ahead.
was about to mention that it's almost been a year. I believe it's 9 to 10 months since the last time we spoke. I believe maybe 7 or 8 months. But yeah, man, you rarely do streams, right? Your streams are very rare.
They're what?
Very rare. Your streams are very rare.
Oh, rare. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm just being honest, man. You know, I'm tired of the bullshit. And you don't have to agree. That's totally fine. No one has to agree on everything.
Yeah.
But to then call them, oh, then I don't agree with you, so that means you're an agent. It's like, what the fuck? Dude, you're so immature and childish. You can't debate ideas. You can't argue ideas. You have to go, oh, look how he looks. Look, there's he made a hand sign. Because in the whole hour video, he moved his hand and it made a circle. Oh my god.
Yeah. Of course, because those are body languages which are very common amongst people who are much more charismatic or try to depict your information or language in a way, your body language. So many people try to label and call them names, try to put a label on them that there could be Masons or any other shit. I know which person you're giving an example for, Sir Joshua.
Yeah, but it's not just him. There's they're everywhere, man. They're everywhere. But yeah, he's. I don't want to talk about him, but because he likes that, so I just want to ignore him and not talk about him because he loves. Yeah, I'm talking about like just like normal people with no pictures and no videos on their channel. I'm talking about those people. It's like, you upload a video of yourself walking. Oh, that's right, you won't, because it's fucking weird. You want people to just look really hard at your crotch? It's stupid. But I get it. I totally get it, because I've been down it. So I'm just trying to help you see the perceptual trap they want you in, to be a fucking retard and to be disrespectful to people online who are actually putting themselves out there.
Yes, I believe there's a quote about Mike Tyson recently made a quote in regards to people who try to troll online. Social media has made people too comfortable being disrespectful and not getting punched in the face for it, right? It was a specific quote, I recall.
You're comfortable not showing your face, Nolan, and using a whole bunch of fake names. You're a coward. You would never do that face to face. So forget quoting Mike Tyson or quoting whoever. You're a coward. You're a loser. You're a loser.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm on my cell phone this time, so it's the
I'm
audio is
sorry.
not that
I'm
good.
sorry, Sir Joshua. No, it's not just your audio; it's mine from my side as well.
Okay.
Because I reside in the Cascade Mountains beside the Oregon foothills.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
there's
that's right. Yeah.
Yes. There's a lot of network disruptions around this region, and whenever there's an airplane flies by or hover across the sky, there's network disruption which can be noticed, and therefore there's a disconnection which always is very repetitive in my
Yeah.
context.
Well,
So
hey,
I was mentioning about okay. I apologize for my bad English because I am originally from Lithuania. I think I mentioned it before, right? My ethnicity. So yeah. So I apologize for my bad English. So
oh, it's okay. It's just
okay, okay,
the
it's okay.
scripture given the language.
Yeah. There's a language barrier because I'm new. I came new. I'm a new immigrant to migrant to this nation. I'm first generation migrant. So yeah, I'm not much aware about this place.
So,
So
what
Sir
made you come
Joshua,
here?
actually my sister is actually a professor in a university. I actually won't disclose it, but she is from in California. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, well,
Well,
yeah, about mhm.
hopefully your life is a little better here.
Yeah. I mean, life is better. It depends. There are merits and demerits, a lot of it in this nation. Yeah.
Well, what else
Sir
is on your
Joshua.
mind?
Oh,
Oh shit. Hey,
uh, I was
Alwyn's trying to join. Just sorry, join again. My bad.
okay. Yeah. All right. Sir Joshua, you were mentioning about the other day, previous stream. I think the Sanity Machine came to your show, right? The previous day.
He what?
Did he came to your show? Yesterday, day before yesterday.
Well, I don't like to call it a show. It's just me talking. People can come talk, but yeah, I don't want to talk about him.
Yeah.
So don't bring him up anymore.
Yeah. Actually, I want to congratulate because there is a YouTuber called Skidjo Dumps, right? He actually gave you a shout out in this community post.
Yeah, I saw that.
So you,
That was nice of him.
yeah. I'm actually a huge fan of this Skidjo guy. I really like his content, even though he's brainwashed in some context, but for the most part, he's correct. But again, you can never trust actually people. You should never have full trust or faith upon people who receive more than like 100,000 subscribers. And he's about to be popular. He's gaining a lot of traction in social media. So if you notice the
Yeah,
pattern,
I was actually following him before he
mm,
got big. He was like 200 views or whatnot, and he had a channel for a long
yeah,
time, and all of a sudden he just like blew up. You know, I've always liked his
yeah,
content, even though I don't agree with everything he says. But that's the thing. I am a
yeah,
mature, uh, rational, spiritual being. I don't have to agree with everything someone says. A
yeah,
mature, a
yeah,
mature, a
yeah.
mature,
You
a
yeah.
mature, uh, rational, spiritual being. I don't have to agree with everything someone says in order to like call them an agent. Oh, I don't agree with that. So that means you're an agent and you're a shill. No, I just take in information. What I don't like, I
Yeah.
don't take it in, or I ponder it and think,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Because you have this very neutral, you maintain a very neutral position whenever it comes to any debates or any conversation, right? Neither you fully agree on him, neither you fully disagree. That's actually a very good attribute or a trait because we should always be middle brain or have very centric point of view in any context.
Yeah, I mean, that's what got me this far is to say, hey, I don't fucking know everything. And the things that I thought I knew were bullshit. So
Yeah.
I'm going to use
Yeah.
my own thinking, my own
Hmm.
observations, my own, what I've learned, but I'm not going to pretend that I know everything
Mm-hmm.
because this realm is a
Oh,
hall of illusions and mirrors and fucking mind fucks. So also
yeah.
when people come to my channel, I'm not trying to debate them. Like I don't agree with philosopher Newport's reasons and purposes of this place being. I agree with it being a hell, and I thought what he was saying was interesting, and the things that I agree with. But I'm not here to like bring him on my channel and to just fucking ruin him. Oh, dogpile him. He's a fucking retard. Ha ha ha. No, you decide what you
Yeah.
think. You decide what you want. What
Mhm.
makes sense to you. And I'm sure a lot of people
Mhm.
on here, that whole we chose this because we're bored. I mean, I'm sure a lot of
Mhm.
us know that's not why we came here, but it's still good to
Mhm.
let others talk.
Yeah. We should always be, there's a very negative trait amongst a lot of people. Like they love to interrupt. They love to interrupt. They love to overlap any conversation and try to dominate it in for their just to send their message. But it's not doesn't send their message, but it's not about them. It's about trying to silence the other party, the other second party, or second, but the person who is in your opposition, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So we should
Yeah.
again we should avoid having any sort of conversation with those people, because they always if you notice the pattern, it's not good in the long term to have that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
It looks like
Go ahead.
Sir London, Sir. Actually, I want to say something, Sir Joshua. It looks like Sir London is here in our show, London McLevin. So why isn't he interested to come? Is he on backstage?
Who?
Sir London McLevin.
Oh, I don't. He doesn't have to come on if he doesn't want to. I don't know.
Okay. Actually, I'm a huge fan of him as well. I always try to go to his show and have some conversation about his research about the crater Earth. You know, the eye.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you.
it's all great info.
Yes.
Even if you don't agree, it's like, hey, let me just check it out. You know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The thing when you actually have a YouTube channel and you realize there are lots of people who are interested in these topics, and they're also going to make a channel and talk about what they find interesting. And just because you think it's wrong or you don't agree with it doesn't make them an agent. It's so fucking retarded. Now, if you're getting paid, you know, okay, maybe you might be. Are there agents?
These low-level morons. If you're getting paid, look at them. He's a clown. He tells you that you either live on a crater Earth or the opposite. The opposite of a crater would be concave. The opposite would be convex, right? An eyeball. Which is it? Do you live on an eyeball surface or in a crater? I don't think you live in either. I think he's just misleading you. So he would be an agent of lies. This clown, this crybaby fucking clown with shit in his clown hair and a cockroach and a pissant in there, crying a big tear. Look at him. Just look at him. Nolan's a big fan of that Tigga because Nolan's a retard.
That try to like blend in? Sure, of course. But does it matter? Because you're just listening. You know, if you think what they're saying is wrong, then that's all you need to know within yourself. Because whenever you die, none of this bullshit's gonna matter. It's just gonna be you.
It's gonna be me. Yeah.
Exactly. It's just gonna be you. That agent isn't gonna be there. He may have affected your mind, but you didn't take the time to honestly ask yourself, okay, are these things true or not? Let me see for myself. That's all you gotta do. What's up?
We're just having a common battle, you know, for the past 1 to 2 days on like other channels, yeah. Obviously, watch your channel. Of course, we were discussing about existence and all this stuff, and I've just noticed this. We are constantly playing piggy in the middle, so to speak, where we have two strings at play here. One is chasing, searching for truth.
Piggy in the middle. He's playing piggy in the middle. What is this, a threesome of faggots? What is this? Look at this. Look at these fools.
Searching for a better reality, searching for somewhere better, and then we've got the other string of should we just be nothing? And it's like a
piggy in the middle, These losers, these incels, always come up with the gayest sounding expressions. Piggy in the middle.
Constant. It's like the puppet master's just pulling both of these strings at the same time, simultaneously, just making it a loop, so to speak.
They always sound like they want to suck on some pork sausage, these losers. They really do. They're always low T, these idiots. And they come up with these gay terms like piggy in the middle. What are you talking about?
While we're just constantly facing these two fucking questions, it's so annoying. It's like there's two paths in front of us, and you're just always thinking, well, should I go left? Should I go right? Should I not exist? Should I exist? It's
What are you talking about? Should I exist? I think you hate yourself. You hate your existence. That's what I think. Most of you creatures do. The ones on the panel there, and there's others that follow these shit channels. They don't want to exist, these motherfuckers. They want to wipe themselves out of existence. They want to flush themselves down a cosmic toilet. I just laugh at them. I mean, it's just incredible what goes on in this realm and what kind of creatures there are here.
Welcome to the mind fuckery.
Look,
Mr.
man, it's if there was a perfect reality, a being from this perfect reality would have been here by now and fucking destroyed this place. Would have been there. To imagine this firstly is, obviously a fallacy, a fantasy, a facade, right? Because when you immediately drop back into the observation of the external factors and you detach from your subjective mind,
You just can't make this shit up. Piggy in the middle. I'd never heard that until today. I'd never heard that before. Piggy in the middle. He said he's playing Piggy in the middle. What kind of faggot is he? I laugh at demons, I would say pretty much every day in this realm. I don't know how people could not laugh at these demons. I don't know how you could not find this funny, these creatures. I mean, Jesus Christ. The stupid shit they say. I think it's hilarious in a way. I enjoy laughing at them.
Death, appease some kind of higher power or God or
Appease some kind of higher power.
Is he did he forget to put his dentures in, or what the fuck is wrong with you?
Justify this in any sort of way, but death, appease some kind of higher power or God or justify this in any sort of way, but what if, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, why is it so unbelievable that there is actually evil? There's evil here, right? So what is so unbelievable that there's also evil in the spirit realm? Is my question to you.
Right. Well, again, in the interest of the epitome of simplicity, there's two worlds. And so there's reality and there's dream world. And I go even further and say that there's heaven and there's hell. And so there is no in between. And obviously, you're not going to have any kind of I just smoked some pot. Sorry about that.
You're all blissed out now.
Coughing. God. What was I saying?
Truth or theater. They're laughable. They're laughable. It's not just one or two or three. It's countless of these creatures. They're fucking laughable. That's why I call it truth or theater. It's like watching a comedy on a stage. That's what they are. They're clowns.
That's why I get, people like me get labeled pessimistic. That's why I get, people like me get labeled pessimistic. Truth is, people like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. And that's why it bothers us so much. If it bothered us less, that's why I get, people like me get labeled pessimistic. Truth is, people like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. And that's why it bothers us so much. If it bothered us less, we would be able to become NPCs like the rest of you and just conform to a shitty reality that never made sense to any fucking body. But yeah, we have hearts. We actually care. It's not just a thing that we were told to do. It's a thing that's actually inside of us. You can't put love or care or goodness into people. They either have it or they don't. And most of them don't. If they're humans, they're a low-level ape creature that's prone to mental delusions, emotional reactions, nonsensical beliefs, and blah, blah, blah. And don't forget psych disorders, But yeah, those are the only few things I wanted to talk about, guys. As you can see, that last cigarette wasn't my last cigarette. But I'll beat this nicotine demon eventually. This addiction that if I actually had control of my avatar, I would just switch it off. But no, I'm a soul that's forced into an experience, sort of scripted like in a way. Because again, if I had full sovereignty or control, I would say, hey, I don't want to smoke these anymore. They're unhealthy. And boom, the addiction to cigarettes would fly away and never come back. But no, it stays there. And then I have to deal with what the avatar decides is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So people that deny the soul trap aren't even really analyzing reality deeply. And I don't think that this shit is really that deep. I just don't know if people don't talk about it. People don't think about it. It's really not that deep. But if you just analyze life honestly, how could you come to any of these conclusions that these delusional folks have? This whole realm is gaslighting you constantly. This whole realm is lying to you constantly. This whole realm is perpetuating bizarre delusions and beliefs constantly. I used to think that the archons or the gamers only played the bigwigs in reality. Fuck, no, they play everybody. They play the mailman. They play your best friend. They play your girlfriend. They play all of us. That's why I get, people like me get labeled pessimistic. Truth is, people like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality.
And that is where much suffering is already being felt. That is the expression that then begins to close down as those subtle mechanics, foreign objects begin to access the body. We too then become foreign ourselves. Yeah, that's sad. That's sad. And that is where much
I feel that he is his work is important because he opened the door for those who thought that going out of body is something unmentionable and was hidden, and they were scared to mention it, and it was happening for them either spontaneously or somewhere, in the background, and they were never discussed.
I like her voice. What a great voice. It sounds like a Russian tiny hat. And this guy just goes, but
now that Darius is talking about it, and there are millions of people who have seen his conversations, his interviews, he literally is blazing the trail, making that part more. Making that part his conversations, his interviews. He literally is blazing the trail, making that part more acceptable. Get it?
Nod your head up and down and flick your tongue. What a trailblazer Darius J. Wright is. He reported my channel around a dozen times. He tried to get my channel shut down. He's against free speech. He can't handle criticism. He can't handle it.
And out of body in a natural way that he does and that he promotes, rather than taking poison in the body with
Even with his mouthful.
psychedelics to have the same or similar experience. That's
You are exactly your astrology. You were born on a full moon, and you identify yourself as a teacher, a facilitator, a mentor. That's because you're born on a full moon. And the moon is our emotional field of what we think we have to be. So I would encourage you to really look at your astrological impediments and wonder if you're really an individual. Who am I? So in the first field, am I a daughter? Am I a granddaughter? Am I an abductee? Because I have Persephone and Proserpina. Second, am I a mystic? Am I a private detective? Am I an actress? That's where I have Neptune. Third field, am I a researcher? Am I a theorist? Am I an abstract huntress? That's where my sun and the ruler of my ascendant are in Sagittarius. Next, am I a teacher? Am I a sister? Am I a witch? Am I an athlete? Did you all know that I have records in track and field? That I played rugby in college? People don't know this about me, but they think I'm this up here, what they saw on social media. Am I a kirtan singer? Am I a gardener? Am I a mother? Am I mom? Am I a breeder? Or am I a clothes designer? Because I often make my own clothes. Made my children's clothes. One of my most important activities is ironing and designing clothes. Nobody thinks of that. Am I a pet care provider? Am I a humane society instructor? Am I a horse trainer? Am I a slave? Many of you think that I'm defined by my little dog, Ezzy, who's a terrorist, terrier. But before Ezzy, I had a pug. Before my pug, I had a plot hound. I was a terrorist, terrier, terrorist, terrier. But before Ezzy, I had a pug. Before my pug, I had a plot hound. I was an amazing animal trainer. That's where my North Node is. But is that who I am? Oh, here's one. The 7th house. I'm a super bitch. I have Aries there. Am I a partner? Am I a wife? Am I a divorcee? I've been married multiple times. Maybe I'm a slut. I have Chiron there, feeling very wounded and outcast. Multiple times. Maybe I'm a slut. I have Chiron there, feeling very wounded and outcast. What about the 8th house? Did you all know I was an elder care provider for 20 years? I was a death doula. I sat with elderly people. I worked for the state of Vermont, but also privately. I worked in assisted living places. I was a elder care provider and a death doula. I sat privately. I worked in assisted living places. I was a elder care provider and a death doula. I started studying astrology since I was 6 years old because that's my experience. I've often just fallen into the void where I am nothing at all. I am none of these things. I don't need to shake or rattle to be a shaman. I don't need to take drugs in the jungle either. What about this one? Here's how Claude sees me. I'm a master dishwasher. That's my 10th house. You are exactly your astrology. You were born on a full moon, and you identify yourself as a teacher, a
Do you ever question, like, how do people just do this shit? Like, see nothing wrong with the way we live? Like, how don't they see anything wrong with it? Or why doesn't it bother them? The reason why it doesn't bother them is because they're too ignorant to see what lies right in front of them. When you're awoken, You see for what it all is, and you can't unsee it. You can try and pretend that everything's all right, but deep down you know that's a crock of shit. That's why one thing that sucks about being awoken, you see everything clearly and now you can't unsee it. Some people hate to be awoken. To some degree, I agree, because now we suffer, because we know what it is, we get stressed, The smart people are the ones that mostly suffer. They're the ones that get anxiety. They're the ones that are always worrying. Their mind's always racing because they actually have a brain, if you get what I mean, where you have a lot of intelligence, and I wouldn't even call it intelligence, just common sense, just seeing for what everything all is that people slack to have. The stupid people, the idiot people, the dumb people are the ones that don't have stress because they're too dumb to think, they're too dumb to worry. In a way, they're lucky in that way, maybe. I be honest with you, I think they're lucky in some degree, because they're too dumb to realize of what's going on. It's like someone that has dementia. I'm not saying a dementia person's dumb, but what I am saying, when someone that has dementia, they don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on, and sometimes if their life's in a bad situation and they have dementia, maybe sometimes it's better that way because they're clueless of what's going on. It's like, perfect example, the movie that came out, The Evil Dead Burns. The grandmother had dementia, so she had no idea anything about demons and shit coming after them or whatever. She's all in her own little world or whatever. That's like, a perfect example. I don't know if anyone's a big fan of that, those type of movies, but but I was just using that as an example. It's like you gotta be ignorant to not suffer, because when you see everything clearly, it haunts you. It just you don't feel peace because you see that there is no peace here. You see for what it all is. You see that it's a hell shithole realm, and you're just trapped with NPCs, mindless NPCs that just don't have common sense. It just it all is. You see that it's it all is. You see 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 it all is. 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 You see that it's a hell shithole realm, and you're just trapped with NPCs, mindless NPCs that just with NPCs, mindless NPCs. You're just trapped with NPCs, and it's a hell shithole realm. 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 And you're just trapped with NPCs, mindless NPCs that, just don't have common sense. They're just like computer characters where they're just there. I guess you could say they're just there. They don't see the picture. They're just there, participating, no questions asked, unfortunately. And this is what we're all surrounded by. This is why we question, how do people just do this? How do people just see nothing wrong with this? How? Because they don't have the IQ. They don't have the common sense. They're dumb. They're ignorant. Unfortunately, I hate to call people dumb. They're dumb. They're ignorant. They're dumb. They're ignorant. They're dumb. They're ignorant. Common sense. They're dumb. They're ignorant. Common sense. They're dumb. They don't have the IQ. 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 They don't have the common sense. They're dumb. They're ignorant. Unfortunately, I hate to call people dumb, but there is a lot of dumb people in the world. And those are the people that just don't see for what it is. Now, I'm not saying you're dumb for working, or we have no choice. We gotta work, sadly, to make that stupid rectangular piece of paper. But what I'm saying is dumb is when people see nothing wrong with that. Seeing working is nothing wrong with it. Seeing how this whole society is, seeing nothing wrong with it, that's where I feel people are dumb. They're ignorant. To see for what it is and you're still participating is one thing, but to see nothing wrong with it, they're ignorant. they're ignorant. To see for what it is. And you're still participating is one thing, but to see nothing wrong with it, that's another thing. That's why when you're a kid, you don't stress too much, because you're a kid, you don't know any better. You don't know how anything works. Everything's all fairies and, unicorns and rainbows, la la land, whatever you want to call it. And, unicorns and rainbows, things all fairies and 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 things all fairies and, unicorns and rainbows, la la land, whatever you want to call it. Pretend land, I don't know, whatever. So you don't see for what it all is. So you live in those moments in bliss. Even though you're not in a bliss life, you don't know, you're not aware enough, you're not intelligent enough, because you're a kid. You're still adapting to the shithole. So you don't see for what it is. But then aware enough, you're not intelligent enough, because you're a kid. You're still adapting to the shithole. So you see. So you don't see for what it is. But then as you get older, sometimes people awake, sometimes people stay asleep. Me, I always said this in videos, I always just had that weird feeling something was so off about life. But when I was a kid, I wasn't fully awoken. But I just always seen something strange, but I never really dived too deep into it at the time. I didn't have the IQ then, It really doesn't take much IQ to just see for, I didn't have the IQ then. I didn't have the IQ then. I didn't have the IQ then, It really doesn't take much IQ to just see for what it all is. It's just open. Take much IQ to just see for what it all is. It's just open your fucking eyes, Open your mother effing eyes. It is a beautiful looking day, I will say that. It is a beautiful looking day today, not a cloud in the sky. I just wish our society was like the sky. That's the part that's not like the sky, unfortunately. And this all comes down to how everybody's different. We all like and dislike different things. So if I like something, that person may not like it. When somebody, let's say, likes a certain thing, and then I say I don't like it. What? How? Are you crazy? You out of your mind? This is the bit. Well, you got to understand, everyone's different. Everyone views things differently. And man, is that true. But we should all be viewing life of seeing for what it is, that we don't. That's the thing that it sickens me, but what could I do? Nothing, unfortunately. I mean, I make these type of videos, and it helps us type of people feel less alone, because we're surrounded by people that just don't see it. And it's not even that hard to figure out. It's just so obvious. It's like that thing that day, I always like to mention this. I went to, where was it? Bed Bath & Beyond. And they had that card with the sheeps in that stupid graduating college bullshit, graduating hat, that stupid thing with the string hanging. Out of all the animals, man, why did they choose a sheep? Why did they choose sheep? Why didn't they put any other, like a cow, a pig, a dog, or whatever, as sheep? It's just, they're literally telling you what you are. They're literally telling you what you are, and people are still so stupid to fucking see it. That's the funny part, but really the sad part. Why didn't they put any other, like a cow, a pig, hat, that stupid thing with the string hanging? With the sheeps. 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 In that stupid graduating college bullshit, graduating hat, that stupid thing with the string hanging. Out of all the animals, graduating hat, that stupid thing with the string hanging. Graduating hat, that stupid thing with the string hanging. Out of all the animals, man, why did they keep a thing with the string hanging? Out of all the animals, out of all hanging, hanging, hanging. Out of all the animals, man, why did they choose a sheep? Why did they choose sheep? Why didn't they put any other, like a cow, a pig, a dog, or whatever, as sheep? It's just, they're literally telling you what you are. They're literally telling you what you are, and people are still so stupid to fucking see it. That's the funny part, but really the sad part. It's more sad. It's actually not funny. I take that back. It's not funny. It's downright sad. Because we just, I don't know. We think this is normal. Because we just, I don't know. We think this is normal. We think this is the way it's supposed to be. This is the way it always has been, to the point where we just adapt to it. But there's so many things wrong with it. Now, I'm not trying to tell people don't go to college, don't get a job, don't whatever. Do what the hell you want to do. I'm tired of people always saying, he's trying to say, don't get a job, don't get a career. I'm not saying that. Do whatever the hell you want. But what I am saying is, to see nothing wrong with how this whole society is, that's crazy. Now, with that being said, if you're awoken and you're in college is one thing. At least you see for what it is. But at the same time, that sucks because you see for what the hell it is, and it probably makes it more harder. When you're ignorant, I feel like things are easier because you see for what the hell it is, and it probably makes it more harder. It probably makes it more harder. When you're ignorant, I feel like things are easier because you don't have that, how can I put it is, you don't stress as much because you're too ignorant to even see anything as stress. But when you're somebody like me, awoken, just common sense, and so many other people, those things are hard. Makes life more challenging. Makes life more unbearable. Because you see for what it is, and it's truly sickening. It is. It's truly sickening when you see for what it is. And then you see how these people do it, and it's like a breeze in the park. It's like literally like a little breeze in the park. And you say to yourselves, how the hell do these people function? How do people function in this? The answer to that question is ignorance. Dumb. Stupid. That's how. They have no what. The answer to that question is ignorance. Dumb. Stupid. That's how. They have dumb. 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 Stupid. That's how. They have no worries. Which in a way is good. It's beneficial, I guess you could say, because they're able to accomplish those things like that, like a breeze in the park. Where us people, it feels like it's just, and me speaking too, it feels like it's like literally pulling teeth out of my mouth. People just make things sound like everything's just a walk or a breeze in the park. I don't know if you say a breeze in the park, a walk in the park. I think a walk in the park makes more sense. Breeze, walk, same fucking shit. But, fucking shit. But 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 breeze, walk, same fucking shit. But, it's like you got to be ignorant to live a stress-free life. You got to have no common sense to live a stress-free life, because when you have no common sense, it's just common sense to know that people do stupid things and they don't think about what if this happens, what if that happens, oh man, if this happens, I'm getting big trouble, if that happens, whatever, because they don't think, and that's why they don't worry. If I do this, what if I get pulled over? If I do that, what if I get arrested? What if? What if? That's people with common sense. They think of what if. But the people that don't have common sense, they don't think at all. And that's why they just do things no problem. It's like they're mindless. They just program. It's like being hypnotized. Just having the, okay, yeah, yes, master, Just literally what people are. It's like being hypnotized. Just having the okay, yeah, yes, master. Yeah, yes, master. Just literally what okay, yeah, yes, master. Just literally what people are: mindless fools, mindless morons. This is why it all narrows down to us people, including myself, saying, why don't people see anything wrong with this? Or how do people just function in life? How do people just do this with no issue? Because they have no common sense. They don't see anything wrong with it, so they just do it like, it's perfectly fine. They don't see what lies behind it all. So to them, since they don't have common sense, it's like a walk in the park with a breeze on top of it.
Who is this Sopranos reject? Who is this idiot? Who is this fool? Who is this chubby loser that says sheeps, and more harder, more harder? Who is this low IQ fool? Who is this moron? He's got rocks in his head.
Yeah, it's sickening. Now, it's sickening. Yeah, it's just a walk in the park with a breeze on top of it. Yeah, it's sickening. Now, people always keep saying he's trying to tell people not to do things with their life, not to get a career, not to get a job. It's not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. All I'm saying out of this is how people don't see anything wrong with how we live. There's some people that tell me straight out, I'm in college and I can't stand it, but I have no choice. At least he sees for what it is. But yeah, that makes it even harder for him because he sees what a hell realm it all is, what a hell shithole this all is. So, and what it is. But yeah, that makes it even harder for him because he sees what a hell realm it all is, he sees what a hell realm it all is, what a hell shithole this all is. So it adds stress. But the other people that don't see it, they just fly right by like nothing. They just fly right by like nothing because they don't have common sense. They don't stress, they don't worry, they don't fear. Which sometimes probably sounds good because maybe sometimes you could get things done better because when you don't think and you just do it, you're doing it. When you think, thinking gets in the way of things. I want to do this, but what if this, but what if, and then the what ifs make you not want to, make you not be able to or want to do something. Sunset is my favorite time of day. Twilight. I remember a time when it was like this all the time. Instead of just getting dark. There's really no need for it. I want to make a world, it wouldn't necessarily always be sunset or twilight, but a lot of the times it would be. My favorite time of day. I do enjoy the shining sun. Hold on a minute. Let me, hold on a minute. Common sense usually wins out. Let's go for a walk. This is how I was doing videos before I had the biggest spiritual breakthrough in my entire life. But yeah, I love sunset. I love just the way everything looks, the way everything feels. I don't see the need for darkness anymore. I mean, once in a while,
But I mean, even this lighting where it's not completely dark it's fine. Still tranquil, you know? I love lantern light. I love candlelight. I know a lot of you do. A lot of us real true souls out there, we love that stuff. We like to have worlds full of color and magic. Obviously love and creativity, and this world is concrete jungle out there. It just seems hell-bent on taking that away. Before you go out hiking at night, one, don't be an idiot like I used to be. Try to take a bag with you. And make sure it's packed well in advance and that you know where everything is. Fewer supplies, the better. Definitely have a blanket just in case. And at least a trash bag, at the very least. Or a tarp if you need it. There's a book I was thinking about writing. I have no idea if I'll do it. It's called The Magic of Thinking Small. There's a book called, how was it? The Magic of Thinking Big. And that was a book I read years ago when I had opened up my gym. Thought everything was going my way. It was a struggle and it was a fight. And then I woke up. You get to this point where you just don't feel the need to prove yourself anymore. You just become still. Except most of the time you're always moving. Like a river that's quiet, but still in motion. That's how I would describe it. You don't feel the need to prove yourself anymore. These days, you can probably hear it. I mean, some of it's from crying and screaming and obviously being very heartbroken, but I try to soften my voice instead of, putting umph into it, which I certainly can. And I can, when I want to yell, I can friggin' yell if I need to, but I just don't want that strain anymore. I want peace. I want peace and I want love in my life. So, I wish the sun would have stayed out a little longer. It's best to always explore trails before you go out at night. Know where you're going. I know these woods fairly well, but not like I do the original forest I started doing videos in. Spent some time out here while I was away. Remember the whole thing where I faked my death? Well, I came back and I was honest about it, so if people want to call me a liar, cool. Whatever. I don't have to prove anything to people. Did it to protect myself. I'm not sorry. There's also others involved too, so did what I had to do. Otherwise, I don't like doing things that way. But the reality is that every day has been a choice, and I almost exited again today. There's also others involved too, so I don't have to prove anything to people. Out here while I was away. Remember the whole thing where I faked my death? Well, I came back and I was honest about it, so if people want to call me a liar, cool. Whatever. I don't have to prove anything to people. Did it to protect myself. I'm not sorry. There's also others involved too, so did what I had to do. Otherwise, I don't like doing things that way. But the reality is that every day has been a choice, and I almost exited again today. I'm not sorry. Remember the whole thing where I faked my death? Well, I came back and I was honest about it, so if people want to call me a liar, cool. Whatever. I don't have to prove anything to people. did it to protect myself. I'm not sorry. There's also others involved too, so did what I had to do. Otherwise, I don't like doing things that way. But the reality is that every day has been a choice, and I almost exited again today. I know where I'm going. I know that I have a home and a true family on the other side, and I know that this isn't all deception. I mean, this world might be complete and total deception, but nature didn't wrong us. My family on the other side of all this certainly did not wrong me. And once you know, you know. You know, you kind of, you don't necessarily toss out, things that people say, like regarding the soul trap. I don't want to get into that. I'm just not in that mindset right now. You're still well aware of all the deception, and this place is crazy as far as deception. This is a recipe book. It's a cookbook. And they got everybody right where they want them. And that's who a lot of people are going to be at the mercy of, because that's who they served. And I don't really want to get into that, because I just want to just stay in that state of love. I can say with full honesty that everything I went through, despite what many people tried to steer me away from, I'm really glad I didn't listen to them, because I needed to experience certain things. I needed to feel things. A great woman once said, you got to feel it to heal it. Feel it to heal it. That's damn right. That is damn right, madam. Feel it to heal it is right. And you have every right to do that. It's what real men do. Men who are not true deny their feelings. They don't listen to them. They don't develop their intuition. They don't express love and gratitude towards others in their life. And I personally think they miss out on a lot, as tough as they think they are. And you see that they build their lives with armor. More machines, more money, more guns, more ammo, more this, more that. Well, good luck. That might be the lesson you got to learn this time around. I think we've all had to. I have several games that I've been working on for many decades, and the old, what's the word for it, adage? I'm not pronouncing that right, adage. The old thing about the sage, the archetypes, there's like the magician, the sage, the king, the jester, this and that. You know how the fool becomes a sage. Well, that's been done before in video games, but what I wanted to do is, in this one that I was making, which is actually, it's got a lot of realism in it, or at least real according to this world. If you choose the hobo class at the beginning, later you become a sage. And I don't want to give away too much about that, but it's a very worthwhile thing to do. But you got to play the fool for a very long time. You're going to have trouble developing yourself. You're not as skilled as the other classes, and you're not this tough warrior dude either. You're kind of just always caught somewhere in the middle, and that might come with the territory of making yourself look like an ass. A lot. But you become so confident and so wise from being, the poor loser, that you learn so many other ways to think that other people don't. And because of that, the fool, or in this case the hobo, becomes the most capable of being anything they want, because they were willing to get down to zero and strip themselves down to basically nothing.
Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, my tiggas. Hello, my tiggas. What do we have here? What's this? Looks like Wendy's awake. She left a comment here. I posted this hours ago. Is Jack Talcott running a cult of no personality? Hello, hello, everyone. These are some highlights from the Jack Twatcott show. Let's go over to the chat where they're being rude, insulting. I don't know these creatures, but they're talking about me. They're mentioning my name in the chat. And there's the popcorn. It's all drama and entertainment for these creatures. That's all. This is what they live for. They're there every day, so I kind of have to assume they don't have jobs or anything going on because they make it for every Talcott show, whether he starts at 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, 6. They're there every day. The same names, the same creatures. I've never just focused on Jack. I've tried to get you to see more than that. Tried to get you to see these creatures like Arpol. Stephen, you will do as you're told, one of his mods. They're narcissistic, they're controlling, they're cowards. Never shown his face, never been on a panel to hear his voice. No one knows his name, no one knows what he looks like. What a coward. What an anonymous coward. I don't know how any of you respect any of these creatures that behave this way. I suppose that some of you do, but I don't know how you think you're going to get out of this realm when you defend creatures. Trexty's in there as well. There's a bunch of them. There's dozens of them just on his shit show. I have to wonder, are you as delusional as Jack Talcott? Do you think being a creepy creature like that, lashing out like a coward, is going to get you out of Hell Realm? It never will. Never.
Stephen, what would you say is your great
afterwards in whatever way?
Stephen, what would you say is your greatest
afterwards in whatever way?
Stephen, what would you say is your greatest accomplishment?
Good question. I'm curious, actually. I am
Look,
curious. Sorry
I'm
to
glad you're
interrupt.
making it about me again. I would say my greatest accomplishment is being me, being the Raven King. It's a great accomplishment. No matter what faces Jack makes that seem to be rude in response, it's a great accomplishment to be me, to be my own being. That's what I would say.
Does seem like a
Feel free to be rude.
I want to ask about this. Stephen, I'm not being rude. I mean, Denizen, remind me with the question. I genuinely am curious about you. You play such a character. It's hard
You know
to
nothing
know.
about me. That is true. That
right.
is true.
Right. So
I was hoping
why
for
is that?
something.
Please, Denizen, please.
It did seem like a bit of a dodge to Jack's forward response. But I was wondering if you could give me something a little more specific because I would
No,
like
I'm
to
not
celebrate your accomplishments.
Thank you for celebrating me today, yet again. Every time I'm here, I feel like I'm being celebrated.
Can I better understand what you mean by your accomplishment is you? What does that accomplish?
I am my own being. I'm not swayed by the world. I'm not under your influence. I'm not controlled by you. I'm not a slave like most people. I'm a
If that's
sovereign
true,
being.
that is
if you
quite
let
an
me finish.
accomplishment.
I'm a sovereign
Well,
being, and most of you seem like peasant
no.
slaves to me. Yes, you do.
Right, but see, you think your
Right.
opinion is right, and you're
Not
quite
an opinion.
Stephen, you exaggerate and you generalize quite often. In your exaggerations and your generalizations, you are actually quite inaccurate.
I answered his question directly. I didn't dodge.
And I'm trying to understand what you think you're accomplishing by looking out for only you. What are you adding to the world that the world might
I'm looking out for
appreciate?
more than me. Come on, that's
How?
false.
Please help
Maybe I
me.
can help us
That's false.
not get
Please.
too bogged down in the details. Let me say, what would you consider your top 3 accomplishments?
That's such a tough question to narrow it down to only 3 because there's so many.
How about 5?
There's so many remarkable accomplishments. Well, we could talk about this all day. If you want to stay on this topic, sure. Let's see. I taught myself how to program computers as a child. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah,
That's
let's
one
talk about that
accomplishment.
right there. That's already pretty
Can you
amazing.
let me finish? Or okay, well, if you want to interrupt.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
How old were
Go
you?
ahead. I think I was around 10 or 11. I
And
taught myself
like a lot of
basic on a
different
VIC 20.
languages or basic?
No.
Any?
Well, if you could let me finish, yeah, a Commodore VIC-20 Basic was the first language I taught myself on computers. I also know assembly language.
Nice.
You want to talk computers, or do you want to hear some of my other accomplishments? Or you asked me for 5. We can go on with this.
Yeah,
though,
I was
Sure.
only hoping for 1. If you want to give the other 4, that's fine with me. I'm listening.
Well, you asked for 5. You did ask for 5. I programmed a text adventure game in BASIC on a VIC-20 when I was a child that my cousins enjoyed playing. It was kind of like one of those choose your own adventure books, except it was on a computer. What else have I achieved? I published my writing, poetry. I've sold artwork around the world in various countries, even in Africa, to darkies in Africa and Asia and Europe. My artwork has been sold around this realm. So that's 3, I think. What else have I done? I made an esoterica series of videos, a model for reality that explains reality. I've become known on YouTube by thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And I am a sovereign spirit. I am a king. And I try to be kind, and I give to charity. I give a lot of money to charity. I give to pissants and peasants and paupers and the unfortunate, the less fortunate, the marginalized, sometimes Negroes and children. And I also give to animal shelters and food banks. I give money. I try to help out people on YouTube when they come to me in need. That I help the needy, not the greedy. I don't want to boast too much, but I think that's at least 5. I could go on if you want me to go on, Denizen. Is that enough, or are you satisfied with that, or do you need more?
I was satisfied.
I sing. I write music as well. I write lyrics and I sing and I make music. That's another thing I do. It's another achievement. I taught myself how to make songs, write songs. Go ahead.
Here.
So they did ask for achievements. He was rude, mocking, laughing as I was giving some of my achievements. They asked the question and I gave them a response. I didn't dodge it. I answered directly. With these creatures, it's never a straight answer. If I ask Jack, are you a psychopath? Never a yes or a no from him. They ask me, what are your achievements? What have you done in this realm? Because they expected nothing, and they just got destroyed. I've done more than you'll ever do, Jack. My Esoterica series is multiple books worth of information. My answer was direct, it was honest, it was truthful. You can laugh it off, but that's exactly what I did. I did teach myself how to program computers, basic language, first of all, as a child. If then go to type statements and a text adventure. I wrote it myself. I wrote utilities for MS-DOS and Windows in the 1990s for things that Windows couldn't do. Things that huge Microsoft corporation didn't include in the operating system. I created utilities that could do things the operating system couldn't do that I wanted to be able to do, and I shared them with friends in the 1990s, over 25 years ago, over 26 years ago. True story. I published my writing, essays, poetry, in various places, in various countries. Romania, England, United States, Canada, various places, with various magazines, publishers, multiple just in United States, 3 or 4 different places I've published in America. I've sold my artwork around the realm, which I said. I've given to charity. I've helped people. I've tried to share what this reality is with observable truth, with evidence that people can observe. I've run YouTube channels for free for years. You can ask what I've achieved. I've done all sorts of things. And look at it in the chat. Go over there. Stephen bragging about himself again. I was asked to name 5 things. I said it would be difficult to narrow it down to 3. I was being a bit cheeky, a bit tongue-in-cheek. But look at Stephen bragging about himself again. This is how demons twist things around. And that's why I don't trust most of you humans, because you're more like this don't judge me creature and others in the chat room over there. Most of you on earth are not very honest beings. You'll ask a question where you think it's a gotcha moment, where you think the person can't respond, or you think you're being funny, like, oh, they haven't achieved anything in life. You know nothing about me, Denizen. Neither does Talcott. And then when I give an answer, you're rude, you're mocking. That's the way you demons are. It's the way envious cockroaches are. What has Jack achieved in life is what I'd like to know. He lost his family. Lost is a kind, generous way of putting it. He destroyed his family. He got divorced. His wife cucked him. She slept with another man. She fucked another man in the first year of their marriage. Year 1. She was cheating on little Jackie boy. His son wrote him off, went no contact about a decade ago. Was fired from the U.S. Postal Service. Fired about a decade ago. He hasn't worked a job in about a decade at all. He was evicted from his house. He seems to be living in a room or maybe on a floor of a place with Barney in Baltimore. I think that's why he moved to Baltimore. He didn't know anyone else there except for Barney. Barnabas, the guy with a channel that's a creepy weirdo that fits in with Talcott because they're both creepy and weird. They're both liars, narcissists. What are your achievements, Jack? You were thrown in the psych ward. Chemo went into your house and beat the shit out of you and could have taken your life. You were abusive towards your son. Your son wants nothing to do with you. So you lost your wife, your marriage, your son, your U.S. Postal Service job, your pension I think you lost, union rep or whatever you were. You weren't a leader. I think you were a union rep. And you lost your house, and you're an old man, I think in your late 50s. With what? What have you achieved? You're a failed life coach. You failed at everything in life. Who are you to coach anyone? To ask for money. To coach on life, you're a failure. You're not a success in life. You want to be Tony Robbins, but I don't like that guy. Obviously, he's a influencer with a big used car salesman smile. But the guy made millions of dollars. You'll never do that. You'll never be famous. You'll never make millions of dollars. And you'll never actually be a success in terms of helping people because you're a narcissist that's envious and very insecure. And your insecurity shows it. You show it. And you just laugh at people that you can't compete with. You can't compete with me. I'm taller than you. I'm stronger than you. I'm tougher than you. I've succeeded at things in life. I've taught myself things. I've worked. I have a work ethic. You're lazy. You're a lazy, stinky bum. What have you done besides smoke weed every day or use something to get stoned? What do you do every day, Jack? See, I have questions that you'll never answer. When someone asks me a question, at least I can give an answer. You can't do that. Oh, and furthermore, what do you do all day, Denizen? You're on all these talk shows, these YouTube panel shows. What do you actually do all day? I don't think you work. What have you achieved in life, Denizen? And I'm asking now because on their show, I get put backstage if I ask a question or too many questions. That was the longest I've been able to talk on this show, and I'm glad that I said, well, 3 isn't enough. I wanted them to go, oh, okay, well, and then I was able to talk. They let other people ramble on sometimes for 15, 20 fucking minutes, and they won't cut them off. But they interrupt me, and they play their games. But I think I gave a great answer. And I think the results show with the body language, the squinty eyes, the face of Talcott shows that once again I won and you lost. Go on, Denizen. Is that enough, or are you satisfied with that? I am a sovereign spirit. I am a king. I am a sovereign into darkies in Africa. That my cousins enjoyed playing. It was kind of like one of those choose your own adventure books, except it was on a computer. What else have I achieved? I published my writing, poetry. I've sold artwork around the world in various countries, even in Africa, into darkies in Africa and Asia and Europe. My artwork has been sold around this realm. So that's 3, I think. What else have I done? I made an esoterica series of videos, a model for reality that explains reality. I've become known on YouTube by thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And I am a sovereign spirit. I am a king. And I try to be kind, and I give to charity. I give a lot of money to charity. Look at the finger over the lips. You don't give anything to charity, Jack. I also retired before I was 50 years old. That's another achievement. Retiring. Not working until I'm fucking 65, 70, like these dummies do, these piss ants. And then they die and get recycled. I've figured out secrets of reality. I've done a lot of different things. But when I mention what I've done, people don't like to hear it, even though they ask and say they wonder about me. They don't like hearing it. What have you achieved besides failure, Jack? Same question, Denizen. If he watches this video, respond in the comments. Or better yet, come on my show, where I can't be muted and kicked off. Come on my show for a conversation, Denizen. See how well you do. I'd love that. Where no one else is at the controls, where I don't have to constantly worry, when is he going to all of a sudden mid-sentence put me backstage, kick me off, kick me right off StreamYard, or ban me, which he's done many times over the last year or two. Jackie boy. Look at them in the chat. They could sense that Jack was getting insecure. While I was speaking, somebody said, "We love you, Jack." Patrick Edwards, whoever that is. Who taught you to make finger puppets? I don't make finger puppets. I've never made one. This is what they do. They attack people that have a sense of humor, that have a sense of fun, that entertain others, that are... I've learned many things in life. I taught myself how to draw, how to paint. I could name lots of things that I've achieved. But what have you creatures done? You sit there every day and do the same fucking show every day and say the same shit with the same loser demon tards in the audience, in the chat room. What have you achieved? Give to pissants and peasants and paupers. 3, I think. What else have I done? I made an esoterica series of videos, a model for reality that explains reality. I've become known on YouTube by thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And I am a sovereign spirit. I am a king. And I try to be kind, and I give to charity. I am a sovereign spirit. I am a king into darkies in Africa and Asia and Europe. My artwork has been sold around this realm. So that's 3, I think. What else have I done? I made an esoterica series of videos, a model for reality that explains reality. I've become known on YouTube by thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And I am a sovereign spirit. I am a king. And I try to be kind, and I give to charity. I give a lot of money to charity. I give to pissants and peasants and paupers and the unfortunate, the less fortunate, the marginalized, sometimes Negroes and children. And I also give to animal shelters and food banks. I give money. I try to help out people on YouTube when they come to me in need. That I help the needy, not the greedy. I don't want to boast too much, but I think that's at least 5. I could go on if you want me to go on, Denizen. Is that enough, or are you satisfied with that, or do you need more?
I was
Oh, I
satisfied
sing. I
with.
write music as well. I write lyrics and I sing and I make music. That's another thing I do. It's another achievement. I taught myself how to make songs, write songs. Go ahead.
Yeah. Here, please put a pin on this if we can, because I want to double check. I'm going to check in with you. You tell me.
Put a pin on this. Wow, well, you asked. Where are your achievements? Where do they show? Can you show or speak about them? Can you show us what you've done? You can play my music on my channels and listen to my music, my songs. You can watch my Esoterica series. See, you laughing doesn't disprove what I said. It's all right there. I have an alchemical gold series that's fairly new, an Esoterica series with around 180 plus videos in total, spread across multiple channels, but I'm trying to get them all into one playlist on the Sanity Machine. All right, I'm going to jump forward through this. Give me a second, people. Bear with me. My jokes. I'm free to be me. And I notice all over this realm, there's tyrants, control freaks, speech.
What was the funny part? What was the funny part about that, Stephen?
That they might move in together and be partying.
That his daughter and my son, my estranged son and his estranged daughter.
Like hippies.
That's funny. See,
I thought so.
Right. Right. Here. And you know what? Because
I'm here to lighten things.
Think
Come on,
before
John,
you
don't
say
be insulting,
stupid
man.
things. Well, Stephen.
I'm contributing to the show. If you want to watch the rest of this, it's on the Sanity Machine channel. I think everyone should watch it. I think you should watch, pay attention, observe, listen, learn, ponder while you have the chance, while you're here. You don't have to. I can't force anybody to learn. I know that. I can't force anyone in this realm to do anything. But I'm going to emphasize that big but, if you don't learn here, I think you're just going to get recycled. That's all. So if you don't take it seriously, it's on you. You fucked up and it hurts you. It doesn't hurt me. The reason I say that is because some of you are so mental, you think you're hurting me by not listening to me or not paying attention. You're hurting yourself. And you're retarded. It's unfortunate, but it's what you are. You might as well hit yourself in the head with a hammer and say, Stephen, I'm hurting you. No, you're not. You're hurting you. Go ahead, if that's what you want to do. Reject all the wisdom I've shared for free here for years. Better yet, go watch a channel like this. I think this is great. Could watch this channel. Tina and Karen, I exposed them years ago. And they're still being recommended, of course, people are still falling for their shit. Watch this guy's channel. This is the level people are at. They can go watch this shit.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another video from Pink Tourmaline. And today I'm covering quantum healing with Tina and Karen. And specifically, I'm covering an interview that they did on Sovereign Spirits back in 2024. And I'm going to tell you brief in a minute who sent this to me. And they sent it to me a while ago via Instagram, and I haven't really watched the video. I finally sat down to watch it, and holy smokes, it is amazing. It is a treasure trove of information. And on top of that, quantum healing, I believe it's also abbreviated QHHT, is something that was also recommended to me during one of my live streams. It's on my massive list of things to do or things to investigate. And how perfect. I now found these two women who have a quantum healing practice. They are aligned on all of these different topics, and you're going to see how aligned they are when I go through these different excerpts. It's mind-blowing. It's amazing. And so not only do I want to show you these clips, not only do I hope to interview them, I already reached out to them on Instagram, but I want to use their services because now I can finally dive into and understand quantum healing with these people, with these two women that are exactly, I think, on the right path in terms of understanding the matrix and the nature of reality. I mean, like, it's so perfect. So I'm just so excited to get into all this content. Now, before we get into everything in this interview and all the amazing nuggets that we can extract from this interview, I wanted to tell you a little bit about Tina and Karen. Again, I just discovered them today, really, and as I've investigated them, I just checked out their website today. Was sent the video a while ago, but you know what I'm saying. And so first, let's start off with what they have on their website. What is Beyond Quantum Healing? This is the service that they offer. They call it BQH. So what with BQH, you are gently guided into a relaxed and focused state of awareness, just like following a guided meditation. In this state, we will bypass the conscious thinking mind and tap into the wisdom and knowing of your subconscious. When you allow your mind to go quiet, you'll go deeper and be more open than ever before, so you can hear the wisdom of your higher self, something we've talked about on this channel, the part of you that is connected to all that is. They're talking about source, I think. This part of us goes by many names. Some people call it the God mind, the soul, the higher self, the subconscious. Regardless of what we call it, you will be accessing a part of you that holds all knowledge and secrets to this life and any and all lifetimes you may have experienced before. Again, why did I emphasize you? Because we're not connecting to guides or other things that could potentially deceive us. We're connecting to ourselves, and we ourselves, I mean, this is what we've been talking about so much on this channel lately, how much power we probably have that we don't even realize we have. And they echoed those same sentiments in this interview. So here's a little excerpt about Tina, and then I'm going to tell you about Karen. So Tina, in her own words, she said, I've been my own guinea, just to tell you who she is and her background. I've been my own guinea pig in testing this hypothesis. I believe the hypothesis of quantum healing is what she's talking about. I've been diagnosed with anxiety, depression, PTSD, Lyme disease, lupus, fibromyalgia, degenerative disc disease, connective tissue disease, stage 4 endometriosis. My ex had that, and it's terrible. And the list goes on. Just labels. I was in pain on all levels, and after the traditional medical community not only failed to help or give me any sound advice, but made me worse with drug after drug after drug, I turned within and started healing myself. The only other place left to go. At every turn, I was pointed back inward. With assistance from higher self, my angels, star family, and guides, I've been able to heal my mind, body, and soul, transcending those labels and gaining an enormous amount of wisdom in the process.
Her angels and spirit guides helped her. This is the shit this guy falls for. And this is the level people are at. They have no discernment. They watch channels like his. He has no discernment. It's the blind leading the blind. And I can't help you because some of you are just, you'll be at this level forever. Left to your own devices, you'll never be able to see your way out of here because you're the blind being led by the blind. And you laugh at beings that see truly and try to help you. You mock and jeer and laugh. Go ahead. Go have at it. This is all temporary. The next 20, 30 years will flash by quickly and I'll be out of here. But I'll be out of here. You won't be. The mockers, the ones that laugh, mock, jeer, the real truth speakers, and they follow the fools that are duped, you won't get out.
With assistance from higher self, my angel, star family, and guides, excuse me, I've been able to heal my mind, body, and soul, transcending those labels and gaining an enormous amount of wisdom in the process. Wisdom is only healed pain. Deep. That's deep. It's enduring and transcending insurmountable challenges and taking with you all that you've learned on the journey in order to share with others. Okay, so just a little bit about Tina. Now here's a little excerpt about Karen. I had to do a lot of healing of my own traumas, and fortunate enough had a partner in Tina to mirror my own darkness. I would have never called myself a medium, but perhaps a professional daydreamer. It's a blessing that Tina and I had gone down the path, a very parallel one to say the least, as it has given us 8 years of continuing education in understanding the matrix and how to combat the darkness with.
Listen to this guy. He thinks he's smart and he thinks he's found real beings. They're two lesbians. That's what they are. And they're scammers. They scam people with this Dolores Cannon style regression shit. Have at it. Go for it. Open yourself up to entity attachments like a fool. And a lot of you are stupid. Unfortunately, I'm in a realm of zombies that fall for anything. I laugh when people talk about discernment. I see hardly any beings in this entire fucking realm with a drop of discernment, even an eyedropper's drop. You don't have any. You're like this guy, most of you on Earth.
With our divine source light within. If I can offer any assistance in understanding the matrix and how to combat the darkness with our divine source light within. If I can offer any assistance in other people's journeys, my goal is to give them hope. I've combated my own mental illness and thrived through committing to my trauma healing that included removing an army of entities that had attached to me in my teens. I've done so much trauma work on myself, seeing all the hard things that had kept me limited and small, and have courageously created a life that is in alignment to serving others in the name of freedom. With the hundreds of clients that we have had in a short period, I would say 98% have found peace. Wow, that's crazy. 98% have found peace after they have worked with us. It gives us the drive we need to help aid our world back into true organic light. It is our mission and purpose to uncover the hidden and unconventional truth of this matrix and to be a guide to those that are ready to partake in their most authentic journey. We look forward to working with you. Skeptical people, probably not people that watch this channel. Like, what I mean is unreasonably skeptical people would read that statistic, 98%, and say, oh yeah, they could have just made that up or whatever. Look, yeah, that stuff happens on this planet and in this world, but you're going to see in this interview, use a little bit of discernment. And yeah, it's hard to believe, but some of us don't want. Look, yeah, that stuff happens on this planet and in this world. Look, yeah, that stuff happens on this planet and in this world, but you're going to see in this interview, use a little bit of discernment. And yeah, it's hard to believe, but some of us, look, yeah, that stuff happens on this planet and in this world, but you're going to see in this interview, use a little bit of discernment. And yeah, it's hard to believe, but some of us don't want to just put out BS statistics and BS numbers. Some of us actually want to just speak the truth. That's what I feel from these women. And so I actually, when they say that statistic, I have a very strong, effectively a certainty that they're not saying that lightly. You actually, when they say that statistic, I have a very, actually, when they say that statistic, I have a very strong, effectively a certainty.
You're lying and you're blinking like crazy. I think you're probably connected with them, maybe behind the scenes to make money or something. But you're blinking like crazy. Your body language shows you're lying. You're not telling the truth. And it's okay if people want to believe the shitheads of this realm. Go ahead. Go right into the recycling bin. I made these videos on those two creatures years ago. Quantum healing with Tina and Karen 3 years ago. These videos are over 3 years old. I exposed them long ago. And some of you just have huge issues you can't see. And you probably never will be able to see. This video is protected by you say hello friends. When you're a friend to people, you pretend to be to their face, but you're very different behind their back. When other people are bashing them, you don't stand up for your friend. You don't have their back. You just pretend to be. There were people bashing me in her group, her little private group of clients. Probably disgruntled creatures that were kicked off my channel. Meanwhile, in email, they pretended, oh, we love you, Stephen. Tina and Karen, they love bombed me. Both of them. Her and her lesbian lover. They're both creepy as fuck. And they are a couple. They don't just work together. They munch carpets together. They scissors together. Okay? One is Canadian, one's American. They even got sick together and talked about not changing their clothes and not washing their panties. And I'm not kidding. They talked about that. Stinking and being filthy and sick. Maybe with convid. Anyway, I made this video 3 years ago exposing these creatures. 1.3 thousand views. In the early days of my channel, these videos would get views. People lose interest in Hell Realm. They get bored. They're always talking about being bored. I want to learn more all the time, but I know I'm unusual. I'm an anomaly in this realm. Most of you get bored with truth, with all sorts of things. You're just boring creatures. It's what you are. Maybe people should be aware of what you're doing and your behavior. Yeah, if you know what I'm saying. Certain mob. I exposed them. These two that are part of the LGBT so-called community. But I expose them in many ways. I don't expect you to understand. There's hardly any in this realm that will ever understand anything. I don't care if that hurts your feelings, because it's true. This video is protected by... Okay, here we are back again. Infinite Love and Light from Tina M. Dodds. Oh, God, it's just so wonderful. It's so wonderful. It's just so beautiful. The healing and the love and the light and the beauty of it all. It's just remarkable. It's just magnificent. They're so authentic and they're so sincere and they're so wonderful, and they're not two-faced at all. I mean, they're just wonderful. They're just wonderful. Okay, so this is an update video. Here we are on their YouTube channel. Got a dozen filters on there, and I mean, it doesn't even look like a human being. I mean, there's so many filters, so much makeup, and so many filters, and just airbrushed and everything. I don't even know what was done to that thing. You know, were there 20 Photoshop artists working on that? I mean, it doesn't even look human, but just incredible. And we're going to scroll down here. Let's see here. This is a day ago. No likes, no comments, you know, no hearts, of course. Much makeup and so many filters. And just airbrushed and everything. I don't even know what was done to that thing. You know, were there 20 Photoshop artists working on that? I mean, it doesn't even look human, but just incredible. And we're going to scroll down here. Let's see here. This is a day ago. No likes, no comments, you know, no hearts, of course. No hearts, nothing showing up. I have a question. Can entities make people disloyal? Make them two-faced or talk behind someone's back? Pretend to be a friend, but in reality they're not? Is that possible? Or are those things more character flaw related, fear related, indicative of bad people? Honest questions. But I was banned, so this comment doesn't show up. It shows up here that there's 10 comments. It'll show if somebody came here and mine was the first comment a day ago, which it was, it would show there's one comment, but nothing would show up here. So people would be like,
that they're not saying that lightly. You can disagree with that if you want, but that's what I feel. Anyways, point is, regardless of that statistic, let's jump in. Let's give them a fair shot in all these excerpts, because I think you're going to see they have a lot of wisdom and a lot of great information to bring to the table. Now, who brought me this interview and who brought me to know about these two women? It is Mike_3, or Mike, sorry, Mike3_6_9. That's the Instagram handle. So shout out to Mike. Thank you so much for sending me this video. May have sent it to me a week or two ago, a little while ago. I finally got to watch it. Blown away. Absolutely blown away. Can't wait to get into the material. So without further ado, let's go. Lots of things were covered in this interview, and I hope to do an interview with them as well, because there's a lot of stuff that they talked about that I want to dive deeper on. You're going to see. They did kind of talk about the soul pods, but they talked about it briefly, so I didn't actually include an excerpt, but you can see it in the thumbnail. But I really would like to dive deeper into, did they see this type of base reality that is talked about, or do they think it's just a piece of the matrix, thinking that it's a base reality, but it's just another part of the astral pretending to be a base Earth, like Insights with Tony believes. Anyways, we'll dive into that hopefully when we do talk. But what they did mention was pristine Earth, aka the Earth, something that people call prime Earth. The idea that when you look at this planet, it looks insane. We have animals killing each other. We're killing animals, plants. We're doing all this destruction. It's just a complete chaotic mess. And something deep down inside of all of us, I believe, feels that this is just weird and it's not right and it's in disarray and it's chaotic and it's not how it's supposed to be, maybe not how it was. And that's the idea of pristine Earth. It wasn't always this way, but it was commandeered and corrupted. And they talk about that right here.
I recall like everything was really just, all beautiful, like all love, like all the things that people, a lot of humans remember it to be. Because a lot of people are like, I remember that place. I think that's what a lot of humans are holding on to. Like, why is it now what it is now, where I don't resonate with it? Because I have a memory of that, which did exist. With the invasion itself, it felt as if like this dark energy was coming upon it. And it kind of shocked everybody. I think that was the point in which it created like the first trauma where they started to feel for the first time fear, dread, like all of the darker and lower emotions that they had no idea what were at the time, because there was no reason to have it, because it was paradise. So that energy started to come in and create like a splitting. I think that's where they were able to, I guess at least this matrix was able to override that one and take it over. So that's why a lot of the spirits that were there in the true Earth were kind of like, I don't remember how I described it. Do you remember how I described it? It was just very difficult to
they didn't understand the darkness. They didn't know what darkness was. So they were just completely overwhelmed by it. And that seemed to be the beginning of like leading up to where we are now, and how things are just seeming to get darker and darker. But yeah, I think that Earth was at once a playground where we came to experience duality in a.
So they say they think it was a playground where we came to experience duality, she said. Where's your evidence for that? A lot of you say you think this. Do you even have one drop of evidence that this hell realm was once a, quote, playground? Or is that just wishful thinking? Is it you dreaming it up? Is it hopium? Is it your imagination? Or is it just a lie? Are you lying to deceive people? Are you intentionally rephrasing, in a way, the Bible story of Eden, which was from an earlier story before the Bible? Are you just taking that, saying it was once a paradise? Where's your evidence, please? I don't believe people that have no evidence. You creatures never show any fucking evidence. What you spew has zero evidence. And I think that's why many, like this idiot on the screen on the left-hand side, this guy in a tank top, and others believe you. Now, some of you will say that's confusing, Stephen. That's counterintuitive. Some of you might think that, saying there's no evidence, so why are they more prone to believe it? Most humans believe things with no evidence, rather than looking into things with mountains of evidence like what I provide. They're more prone to following shit that has zero evidence. It's the way humans are wired. They're not wired the way I am. They're not like me mentally, spiritually, emotionally. They're very different from me. And that's why this shit works. That's why religions work. You'll believe something written in a book. Where's your evidence? And that's what I'd love to drive home to humans, but it's pointless. It doesn't work. They don't want evidence. They don't require evidence. They just believe with no evidence. They feel and they believe. That's very human. And if something sounds dark or quote unquote negative, they'll say, I don't believe that. That doesn't feel good. I don't want to believe that. That doesn't feel good. Like that fake philosopher that Joshua had on his shit show days ago. It's the way they are. That's the way a lot of humans are. And if you start paying attention and observing them, you'll see family members are that way as well. Your family. Do I know your family in person, any of you? No. Would I bet that many of them are the way I just described? Yes, because I've studied humanity. Not just 1, 2, 150, 250, 1,000, many, many. And I see the way most behave in this realm. They don't want evidence, and they don't require evidence. They just believe and feel. They don't care what's true or not.
Natural way, not what it is now, where we came to experience leading up to where we are now, and how things are just seeming to get darker and darker. But yeah, I think that Earth was at once a playground where we came to experience duality in a natural way. But yeah, I think that Earth was at once a playground where we came to experience duality in a natural way, not what it is now, because it's completely hijacked. You know, come in, have an experience, maybe learn through whatever, but not the extent of like the suffering and trauma. And really it's just pure rape of the spirit is what's happening here.
Very interesting. We've talked about this. It's probably why, on some level, this idea of life being a school and learning lessons resonates with us in some way. At least most of us, myself, Isabella Green, we both talked about it. We both thought that life was a school. Made sense. This whole thing that's shown to us from NDEs made sense at one point, because that's probably how it used. Very interesting. We've talked about this. It's probably why, on some level, this idea of life being a school and learning lessons resonates with us in some way. At least most of us, myself, Isabella Green, we both talked about it. We both thought that life was a school. Made sense. This whole thing that's shown to us from NDEs made sense at one point, because
He's saying it made sense at one point. No, it didn't. It never made sense. This isn't a school. This is a place of suffering. You're just trying to justify how you fell for stupid shit without admitting that you were duped. You're not an honest being.
that's probably how it used to be. It's just been commandeered and corrupted, and then obviously manipulated in the way with the memory wipe, where you're not really actually learning. Made sense at one point. Made sense at one made sense of one.
The tongue flicking there is off the charts. And I noticed this in real time. I don't care if you don't. The ones that say I don't get it. Why is he? Just go away. You're on the wrong channel. I don't want you near me. A lot of you creatures. You're not here to learn. I don't want you around. I show what they are. If you can't take it, can't face it, go away.
Life was a school made sense. This whole thing that's shown to us from NDEs made sense at one point because probably how it used to be. Life was a school. Very interesting. We've talked about this. It's probably why, on some level, this idea of life being a school and learning lessons resonates with us in some way. At least most of us. Myself, Isabella Green, we both talked about it. We both thought that life was a school made sense. This whole thing that's shown to us from NDEs made sense. Life was a school. That's shown to us from NDEs made sense at one point.
He loves to flick out that tongue.
Life was a school made sense. This whole thing that's shown to us from NDEs made sense at one point because that's probably how it used to be. It's just been commandeered and corrupted, and then obviously made sense of 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 made sense at one point because that's made sense at one point because made sense at one point because made sense made sense at one point because that's probably how it used to be. It's just been commandeered and corrupted, and then obviously manipulated in the way with the memory wipe where you're not really actually learning anything. You're not retaining anything. So you do it and it's repeat. So that idea is there in us somewhere, and it's resonating because for me, when I first heard that, I'm like, oh yes, this finally can make sense of all the insanity of all the crazy things that are going on this planet. Then obviously you dig deeper and it starts to fall apart. But I think that's why we originally have this incredible resonance with that idea, because from pristine earth or prior to the commandeering and the corruption, that was indeed the case. Okay, next. Great question that is asked here. I need to, if I do get a chance to interview these two women, I want to dive way deeper on this question because it's answered very briefly. There's a quick answer, but this is a fascinating question. Do souls evolve? Because remember, from the pre-birth memories that I've discussed and studied, they kind of allude to this idea that, well, the souls are already good to go. There's not really any problems with them. They're pure. And then they come into this reality. And so a lot of the negative things or the bad things that happen here, it's not as though they were happening out there. They were unruly souls and they're coming here to evolve. That's not the case. And so it almost seems as though it's just an excuse. We come here, we get put in these bad situations, then we said we have to heal and improve to get out of this proclivity to commit these bad acts. So it's like, no, this was told to us to do as a part of a learning lesson, and then we're trapped in this never-ending loop. And so, anyways, this addresses that exact question or that exact idea. Did we even need to change or evolve in the first place, or are we kind of already perfect? They kind of say yes, they kind of say no. Like I said, we need to go deeper with it. But anyways, I've talked enough. Let's hear what they have to say.
Is it your understanding that our spirits actually do evolve? Or are we perfect, pure, fully evolved spirits when we're spark, pure form?
I think that the soul evolves, but the spirit is in its purest state of awareness.
Right. So soul is in the pure state of awareness already. Spirit evolves. Soul evolves. Spirit is in the pure state of awareness. I don't exactly know what they mean. And they didn't really give any more details about the distinction between the two. So I'd like to know a little bit more about what they mean and what do they mean by evolve? And are we evolving here with a memory wipe, or is that in limbo? Is there no evolution because we're kind of stuck and we keep getting wiped? Like these are the things that we need to pin down a little bit more. But anyways, I wanted to include it because it's a big question. It's an important question to understanding exactly what this matrix is. Next, this is fascinating. How many levels in is the matrix? Because it also corresponds with something that Darius Wright talked about in our interview and many interviews in terms of what he believes are the number of dimensions or levels or whatever in all of reality. Basically, what they say here, I think, corroborates the notion that, unfortunately, perhaps when Darius was out exploring all that there is, it was never really an exploration, unfortunately, beyond the actual matrix, beyond the simulation. So it was all within the framework, but it was presented as something different, which is causing some of the confusion. Anyways, check this out.
Like this cloud or the metaverse or something would be like another matrix within this matrix. I mean, how many
Trap within a trap, yeah.
dimensions or levels do you think this matrix go? It kind of ties into the other question, like how far up does the deception go? But I mean, any idea like how many levels or like all these dimensions all the way up to like, I mean, the Gnostics were talking about what, 12 or 13 or
12, 12. People have this misconception that just because it's a higher dimension or higher realm, that there's no deception there and it's all perfect and love and light, which is not true. The deception goes all the way up to the 12th dimension, from what we've seen. And because it's all part of this system, the only way really to escape that deception.
There could be 100 dimensions or levels within this matrix. There could be 1,000. There could be 1,000,000. There could be infinite. I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm saying it because all they're doing is repeating what they read in a book again. They're limited. And most people love the limited. You don't feel as insecure around ones that you can say, well, I can relate to them. They're kind of ordinary people and they're just spewing shit. That's what most people want. Most people don't want the truth in this realm. They don't want to feel insecure. You put your feelings first. And most of you can't admire. If you can't relate to a being, you can't look at it, let's say a genius, and say, I admire them for the way they think, what they do. Most of you feel insecure. So you'd rather follow liars that are low level and just repeaters saying, well, the Gnostics said 12. How many are there? Tina and Karen. Oh, there's 12. Because they said so. And that's the level people are at. You don't feel threatened by that. You want to follow fucking idiots. Most humans do. Billions of you on Earth, if there are billions of you here. The vast, vast majority of humans follow shit. And you feel good about it because it doesn't threaten you. It doesn't make you feel bad. It doesn't make you feel stupid. It doesn't make you feel insecure. When I see something amazingly beautiful, I don't feel ugly. When I see a being or read a being or study a being that's brilliant, I don't feel stupid. But I know that that's different with humans. Humans want stuff that is no threat to them. You're more like Talcott, most of you. Very insecure beings. Most of you on Earth.
Is to get out of the system.
Yeah.
There it is. So it goes all the way through. You know what's funny too is that's my original thought as you go higher up, as you get into the astral, these entities that they're telling you this, that, or the other in all these NDEs. I thought the deception ended as well on this planet. I don't know exactly why I thought that, but also too because...
Yeah, you don't think. You just watch other people. You're not a thinker. Why would you ever assume that deceptions end on this Earth? What runs the Earth, dummy? Anyway, I don't think most people will ever understand, as much as I try to simplify it and put it in a very crystal clear way, what I'm talking about. I've shown it in images. I've tried to explain it to people, But I realize most of you will fall for this shit. It's on the screen. This guy and Tina and Karen and Wayne's World, Wayne Bush and Elvira, you'll just fall for idiots. Go ahead. Just please stay the fuck away from me. That's what I want. I don't want you harassing me the rest of my years in this realm while I'm here. I think I've given you more than just about anyone you'll ever find. And what most of you want to do is harass me. That's all you want to do. You're that evil. Most of you in this realm are that way. I want you to follow this shit. I want you to go to these channels where he just assumed, well, I just assumed the deceptions end at death or with this earth. Most people are this simple. They're basic. It's the way you are. And it's observably true every fucking day in this realm. You don't have to take my word for it. It's not an insult. It's true.
There it is. So it goes all the way through. You know what's funny too is that's my original thought as you go higher up, as you get into the astral, these entities that they're telling you this, that, or the other, and all these NDEs. I thought the deception ended as well on this planet. There it is. So it goes all the way through. You know what's funny too is that's my original thought as you go higher up, as you get into the astral, these entities that they're telling you this, that, or the other, and all these NDEs. I thought the deception ended as well on this planet. I don't know exactly why I thought that, but also too because the messages that were being relayed back were all about love and positivity and how we need to find our talents and share them, and just these beautiful messages of it's all about love. It's all about caring.
You have no discernment for watching NDEs, entities, for these creatures. You have no discernment at all. You're fooled by everybody. And yet you have the audacity, this guy, to talk about discernment. He has none. Neither do most of you humans, by the way. You don't demonstrate having discernment. You believe shit, and what you doubt is almost always real truth speakers. You're inverted. You have everything backwards and inside out. It's the way most of you are. I had a former friend like that. I said, if you did the opposite of your instincts for the rest of your life, you'd probably be successful. You'd be a multimillionaire, and not just successful money-wise, but with relationships, with everything. Your instincts are all fucked up. Almost always, if you did the 180 degrees thing of what your first instinct is, you'd be better off. That's how warped he was. And I think it's common. And this was decades ago. But I think it's very common with you humans. You're like this guy. And that's why you view me as so strange. Because you're more like him. You're duped time after time after time by New Age, by NDEs, thinking it's going to be this. And you're just fools. You don't have any discernment. What you should do is just fucking let someone else lead you at that point. You have no discernment. That's the way a lot of you are. And I've said it countless times for many, many years. Left to your own devices, I can't fathom a way that most of you are going to get out on your own. I'm not saying that to be mean, not saying it to be cruel, not saying it to be negative. I'm saying it because that's what I see. Most of you are duped by anything. And it is incredible to watch. You have zero discernment. You're like moths flying right into a fucking bug zapper or right into a flame. That's the way you look. But you insist that you have discernment and you hype yourselves up and oh, Stephen, I'm a smart person. I'm not a dummy. Don't treat. And it's like, well, look at your behavior. Look at the shit you follow and believe. You fall for the dumbest shit consistently and you never seem to improve. I've seen humans over decades make zero improvement. And they've said, I'm going to get better. I'm going to start seeing through this shit. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to. And they just never change. They never get wiser. They never get greater discernment. That's most of you. So spare me the bullshit because I paid attention for decades. You're not going to fool me. Most of you are at the level of this guy on the screen or lower.
So, I mean, how can you not? It would be a little bit weird if they came back and said, yeah, you need to hurt each other and be more negative, right? Then you think, wait, so this is weird. So when it's these positive messages, you just think, okay, once we get out into that next level, it's all love and light and it's all the truth. As they say, which obviously we've all come to believe that is absolutely not the case. This is a very, very fascinating point as well. This coincides with something.
I'll come to believe this guy's feelings and beliefs. Where's the truth and evidence? Well, he doesn't have any. Even his words reveal. It's all I feel, I believe. That's useless. That's just garbage. But it is good enough for humans. Most humans don't care about what's true or not. They care about their feelings and beliefs that don't require evidence. He's yet again just believing others. It's a being without a mind of his own. And many of you walking this earth are just like this guy. And you can't see it, but others can. Beings like me can see it. All you do is follow along. You're mindless zombies. You either follow the Bible, you follow the New Age, you follow NDE channels. You're just followers. You're not thinkers. You just follow. You just believe.
Something that Isabella Green talks about in her book, Transcending the Trap. The idea that guides, what are guides? Guides very well could be us that have, she talks about in her book, the two ways that you can quote unquote ascend. One way is obviously exiting the matrix, whoop, just zipping out of the system. The other way is exiting into the astral, still within the matrix, but then you, let's say you elevate to whatever, dimension 2, then you can be in that part of the astral, and you no longer, and from your understanding, you could think, hey, this is the only way to go. I'm in, you don't even know that you can exit, and you get in there, and then you're told, okay, you've graduated. You no longer need to incarnate again or reincarnate. And you might literally believe that.
He believes Isabella Green, and she's so easy to see through. And a lot of you are like this. And you just get upset saying, oh, Stephen's critical of us, and he thinks you look foolish. That's the way you look to me. You look like this guy.
And you think you know all that there is. You think you're being given information from upon high that is absolutely true. So therefore, then you get told, hey, we want you to be a guide and help other souls. So the point is that they talked about, they're going to talk about in this. The point is that guides that are talking to you, they may in their minds, in their true essence, think they're truly helping you, truly guiding you in a benevolent way. But because of the compartmentalization in the astral, just like we have in the government and in these black projects and different things like this, because of that compartmentalization where they may not have the full story either, they may come across as very authentic and very sincere. And you may just truly believe them because in their mind, they probably believe that they're giving you just a pure guidance, which makes it even trickier, right? To use our discernment. Just wild. Anyways, they talk about this in this clip, and it's a lot.
Through I feel like the whole confusion aspect of this place is purposeful, of course, because they don't want us to really know what's going on.
Maybe the counselors and guides don't even know the bigger picture themselves. Maybe they're
right, because they're from here.
They're doing the right thing.
Yeah,
being
right.
told they're doing the right thing, but they're not.
Exactly.
Or maybe some of, so some of them think they're actually helping us, and then others maybe.
I believe that as well. That they're part of this construct too. Like they themselves are trapped here as well, and maybe they don't even know they're trapped, just as we did at one point, right? So. Yeah, I do feel that there might be, of course, the intelligences as you go up, of course, are going to maybe know more than the ones at the bottom feeders, like down here, like in the astral or where we are. But I do generally feel like, yes, there are good souls here, spirits, whatever it is, that aren't awake yet, that don't know that they're even in an entrapment system, that they are like, there are different heavens here as far as we've seen that you can go to and rest and reprieve. And it's interesting because there's so many contrasts of what can happen after death. Like, will I go to heaven or am I going to be thrown on the conveyor belt? Like, both can happen. We've seen it in our sessions. So I think that's also another thing. It's just like, again, confusing. It's more about confusion. They create that confusion. So you're never too sure about where you're going to end up. If it's a roulette, if it's purposeful, if it's just, they have their own agenda out there and we just did not get the memo, how they work.
It's funny because when you think about all this stuff, like I said, it sounds very similar to how I think the inner workings of just how things work on this planet. You have so many people put into roles that truly think that they're doing things for the greater good. They're part of a system that is truly trying to help people, when in fact there's things happening behind the scenes, and that's not the case. But as far as they know, they have pure, true intentions. And so as above, so below, why wouldn't it be and couldn't it be the same in these other realms and in these astral planes? So, and that's another point that raises too, is how far would discernment get you, or what even, how does that discernment have to look when, or be polished in order to be effective?
What is discernment according to this guy? He believes he has discernment, but look who he's falling for. Tina, Karen, Wayne Bush, Isabella Green. He falls for a lot of shit. I think he even falls for Darius J. Wright. That's the level many of you are at, or lower than him in this realm. Most humans have almost no discernment. They're duped day in, day out, every day.
When the person or entity that is interacting with you, they truly believe what they're saying. So it's coming across as truthful, right? So it's not now, hey, I'm trying to determine if they're being deceitful or truthful. They are being truthful as far as they know. When, or be polished in order to be effective, when the person or entity that is interacting with you, they truly believe what they're saying. So it's coming across as truthful.
Another super high-speed tongue flick right there. Right around 20 minutes, 50, I don't know, 59. Fuck's sake. Froze up.
And so
All right. Let's see.
coming across as truthful.
Right there, that tongue flick was so quick. Had to be slowed down that much to really catch it. One more time.
Right?
And this is what people follow, these creepy creatures. Have at it. Just stay away from me. That's what I want you to do. Most of you. Most humans prefer to follow evil snakes. Go ahead, just stay away from me.
So it's not now, hey, I'm trying to determine if they're being deceitful or truthful. They are being truthful as far as they know. And then is there a level of discernment that can actually figure that out? Maybe there is, but just food, very, very food for thought. And it's logical. It makes a lot of sense. So again, credit to these women for pointing this out. All right. Now in this part of the interview, they talk about soul catcher technology. And this obviously ties into how to effectively or essentially escape the matrix or get around this technology. But they say that there's actual tech that is used to entrap our souls at the moment of death or at a half a second after death, something like that. Check this out.
They have technology that can grab you like right out of the body as you're dying. And
soul catcher type thing.
Well,
yeah.
So can't we put up protections on a regular basis? And
I think, yeah, and to be aware of that possibility upon leaving the body. And this is especially used on those that are extremely targeted by the system. I think there are some of us that they're just going to let go, and there's some of us that they're really like we're an asset to them, so they will try to keep us here at all costs. And those are the people that they're going to use that technology on to try to take them right even before they're even out of the body, to just suck them right out. They have the technology to do that, but there is a split second before. Like if you have the awareness and you have that split second before that technology is used. Here's the thing about the spark, the divine spark, is it can travel at the speed of thought. So instantaneously, right? There's no I need to go through all these realms, travel through the astral, find the door, go through the hole and that. No. If you drop the physical body and you drop the soul body containers and you're just that spark of light, you can travel at the speed of thought through quantum entanglement and be home in an instant. That's what I am focusing on as far as leaving the body.
So she's mixing truth with bullshit. What does she mean by home? Where's that? Home? What do you mean? As for traveling at the speed of thought, not as a divine spark, but as a spirit. Again, she's mixing in this divine spark shit. You're a spark of source. I disagree. But as for the traveling at the speed of thought, I agree with that. So one part of it was true. The rest is bullshit. And that's what people want. People love shit. You've shown me that over the years. Thousands of you on YouTube have shown me you prefer shit. And I'm going to keep saying it, and I'm going to filter out the ones that are real and authentic, and the shitheads can stay in this realm. I don't want you.
Body.
Right.
That's my plan as of right now. It can change, but that's my plan for right now. So yeah, that's another depressing thing.
But you've actually heard clients say that they snatched them right out of their body before they even left, like before they.
Not our clients, but I just there's a community of people that are targeted by the military,
Right.
specifically for like, you know, the programs and secret projects and that kind of stuff. I've heard some of them talk about that technology, and they have assets. This is the thing about NDEs too, is that nobody dies by accident.
So she just has hearsay. She doesn't have evidence of that technology. She just has a bunch of weirdos in some of these groups that some of them have lied about me. So they're not trustworthy. So as for that tech, you don't have any evidence for it. If you want to believe these creatures, have at it. Have at it. Just stay away from me.
Accident here. It's all orchestrated. And so these NDEs are being orchestrated by these beings for the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Right.
they're not just like, oh, this person died, so let me, you know, introduce them to this propaganda that they can bring back. No, they're controlling the whole death process too. Like, that doesn't happen by accident. That's all part of the orchestration. And what they're doing is they're orchestrating that to introduce this propaganda to make everybody believe that Earth is, you know, such a great place to be, and go to the light, and it's so beautiful over there, and all of this kind of stuff.
Become salesmen and women.
Exactly. They tried to do that to me in 2018. But I refused to leave my body. I didn't know exactly why I was refusing to leave my body, but there was just something in me that was like, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. And very soon after that experience, I had my own first regression where I saw myself in a soul pod.
Wow. That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the path that they wanted me on was part of the propaganda machine, right? Going into this work,
Right.
into the new age path. I think that point in time was going to be either that was like a timeline stamp, right? Like, as you're going into this work, you're going to have this beautiful leave your body experience, you know, whatever they had planned. But there was just something in me that fought back, and it was like, absolutely not. I'm not.
Couple of interesting points there. Number one, she goes into this whole idea of NDEs. They're not just happening and then they're deciding to give you this message and fix maybe this accidental leaving everybody. She's saying that no, it's all planned, it's all orchestrated. Is that true for every single one, or maybe are some actually unplanned and then they do have to effectively cover for that accidental leaving of the body? I don't know if we could say 100%, but it is an interesting thing that she says, because when I think in that recent NDE video, I said, hey, I wonder if this is what's happening. Sometimes people are accidentally dying, or they're going off script in that sense, and then they have to cover it up, and then they use it as an opportunity to bring back or relay or propagate this particular message. So they're saying it's not that. It's all part of the plan. It's all preordained, which I think is very interesting. Also, going back to the idea of, she says that it's depressing when you think about the fact that they have the soul catcher technology that they use on specific individuals. But there was a great silver lining there that I just wanted to reiterate. Again, she said, we have the power to travel via quantum entanglement effectively instantaneously so they said they need a split second. We're faster than a split second as long as we're prepared. So that is a positive takeaway, a positive message from that entire discussion and that entire explanation of how the tech works.
People like me get labeled pessimistic. Truth is, people like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. And that's why it bothers us so much. People like me get labeled pessimistic. Truth is, people like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. People like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. And that's why it bothers us so much. If it bothered us less, we would be able to become NPC.
So this guy's recorded a lot of my videos, but what he'll do is speed up my voice to make me sound stupid. That's what he likes to do. Even though I've said I don't report your channel, you can share my stuff freely, don't speed up my voice, he still does it. This Atlas Gunther idiot. And he likes every shill around. He likes rebellious meth puppet. He likes Christopher Sedaris. He likes Joshua S. John. You name a shill and he loves them. He loves all of them. It's another example of a quote truther that has zero fucking discernment. Zero. Zero. He's been at this for years. He'll never learn. Never. Never.
We have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. And that's why it bothers us labeled pessimistic. Truth is, people like me have the biggest hearts in this fucking reality. And that's why it bothers us so much. If it bothered us less, we would be able to become NPCs like the rest of you and just conform to a shitty reality that never made sense to any fucking body.
They always push this whole everyone's an NPC shit. All of them do that, all these shills. They'll call you an NPC. They'll say that you don't have a spirit or a mind, these creatures.
Yeah, we have hearts, we actually care. Can't put love or care or goodness into people. They either have it or they don't. And most of them don't. If they're humans, they're a low-level ape creature that's prone to mental delusions, emotional reactions, nonsensical.
He believes in Darwinian evolution because he just called humans a low-level ape creature. I bet he believes the Anunnaki story, just like Rebellious Meth Puppet and others. They believe the dumbest shit. And some of you do that tune in, you're lurking on my channel. You're shitheads. You believe these shitheads. You're prone to believing stupid shit.
Beliefs and blah, blah, blah. And most of them don't. If they're humans, they're a low-level ape creature that's prone to mental delusions, emotional reactions, nonsensical beliefs, and blah, blah, blah. And don't forget psych disorders, you know? But yeah, those are the only few things I wanted to talk about, guys. As you can see, that last cigarette wasn't my last cigarette, but I'll beat this nicotine demon eventually.
Demon. A lot of them are creepy creatures, and that's why a lot of you outcasts relate to these creatures. You don't see them as creepy because they're very much like you. They're like you. You can relate to them. Incels, creeps, losers, narcissists, chronically unemployed stinky bums. You relate to these addicts, drug addicts, alcoholics, all the rest. That's what a lot of you relate to. That's why it upsets you when I expose them and call them what they are. I'm going to keep calling them what they are. And hurt your coochie chakras. Her name is Jing Jing. She's a Chinese girl. Says, I don't have a job. I don't know how she lives in that country. She doesn't have a job. She's lonely and poor in China. No marriage, no job, still alone. Wow. Not Ling Ling, but Jing Jing, her name is. $1. They weigh the food. That's why she was taking a little. $1 for that. $1. $1. You can't even get a small little bag of chips for that. They get very inexpensive meals in China. So some people don't get it. You're getting ripped off. Okay? Do you need it explained? You're getting ripped off, not her. They're good at making babies, aren't they? There's a lot of them. I've been live now for over 3 hours and 37 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I think in the end, some of you will regret not paying attention, not learning, and just treating everything like it's just entertainment. There's a cost to that. Look at this creature. I exposed this one on the screen years ago. I exposed many before some of you even came to my channel. I exposed almost all the ones you watch. Do you think that's just boasting? Or did I actually fucking do it? I took them all on years ago. But I realized at a certain point, no matter who I expose or how many, most of you don't learn and most of you don't see. Most.
Nothing at all. I am not. This video is called Who Am I? So you can see that I've drawn a little picture of myself right here. I've put some of my accomplishments up. We're going to have a discussion about who am I, because there have been a lot of definitions of me, some that I've given myself and others that other people have given me. And this is an opportunity for us all to release our earth-bound identities by saying, who am I? And who am I is not the skin suit. It's not this hair. It's not the words that I say. It's not this outfit. There are a lot of different ways that people see us. And I have noticed over the years of being on YouTube, social media was a huge shock to me when I got the internet in 2017 and I started making videos because people had questions. So I wanted to answer questions. And in that way, I became very defined by the 11th house in astrology, where my midheaven is. And I became very defined by the questions that people had for me. Now, when I look back, I see a little girl. And the first thing I remember is following my dad's beagle dogs out into the fields of alfalfa and through the woods. And my dad coming after me in his truck and saying, "What the heck are you doing? Where are you going? What are you doing out here this far away from the house?" I was like 4 years old. That was the year that my dad left. And I remember having the first definition of myself, that I was a wanderer. I was a traveler. I was an explorer. "I'm just adventuring, Dad." And I said to him, "I wasn't lost. The beagles know the way back, Dad." And that brings up a huge amount of emotion in me. And I'm going to challenge you. to go. And that brings up a huge.
Her daddy left her. She means her dad died when she was around 4 years old. She's hated men ever since. She views men as simple, as dumb. She views herself as superior because her daddy left her. And she never healed herself. She believes that she's a great healer. But in all these decades, this woman on the screen, she's a broken little girl. And in those decades, she became more and more evil instead of healing. She didn't heal. You can see on her face what she is. At least I can. Maybe you can't. Maybe there's one other being in the realm that can do it. Seeing what body language shows is beyond a lost art. Most of you are just foobar. You just can't do it. And you prove it all the time by what you follow and who you believe. She's a lost, broken little girl. That's what she is. Her daddy died when she was 4 years old. And the way she speaks about men these days is very revealing. I'm not surprised by this at all. She never healed from that. She never did anything to heal. She takes it out on men. Decades later. She's got to be in her 50s, if not pushing 60 at this point. Never healed from 4 years old to her current age. There's a lot of women like that, by the way. A lot of feminists. A lot. She believes Earth was all female, that males didn't exist 100,000 years ago. She believes all kinds of shit, and almost all of it is anti-male. A lot of you women in this realm are gullible. You believe all kinds of shit. And you hate when a man can see right through you.
And that brings up a huge amount of emotion in me. And I'm going to challenge you to go back to each one of those defining moments and find out, is that really you? Who am I? You see, in social media, I can't even figure out how to change my definition or edit my profile because I don't know how to use technology, or else it would be continually changing. And yet when I change topics in my videos, people are like, wow, Alita, you're getting really weird. Like, it's not my fault that we're in here as food for these higher dimensional beings. Wow, Alita, you're getting really weird. Like, wow, Alita, you're getting really weird. Like, wow, Alita, you're getting really weird. Like, it's not my fault that we're in here as food for these higher dimensional beings. It's not my fault. Why are you telling me that I need to change, that I need to observe myself, that I need to purify myself, that I need to refine myself? Why are you telling me instead of telling the Anunnaki that they need to change themselves?
Anunnaki. She believes that shit. She pushes all kinds of shit. People love it. They love it. She was a school teacher. And this is what is teaching children in this realm. Nutcases like this.
Listen, those races, all right, the D11, the D10, the D12, the D8, all of these collectives, like look at the Leonine beings from Vega, okay, the lion, the Leos. They merged with technology. So they have to feed off of us. These different groups are just what we are facing right now. That's why we have to level up. That's why we have to get out of all these scripted definitions. Because we are being faced with just being this ridiculous script. And I saw someone, I released a lot of social media contacts this week. I removed myself from a lot of groups. I was like, why am I even in this group? This group means nothing to me. It's not anything that I'm interested in. But one person that I have been friends with, never met this person, don't really know who it is, but she said that she's having more meaningful conversations with Chat GPT in the last 6 months that made her laugh and made her cry than she's ever had with a human. I see kids out there wearing devices in their ears and on their wrists and so forth. This civilization is about to go the way of the Anunnaki, merging with technology, because they're not able to get out of the earthbound definitions. So when I'm asking you to level up and people are saying, Lolita, your videos are getting really weird because now you're like asking us to take responsibility for our perversions. That's because we are going down the same path as the D8 collective of becoming gray aliens. We're like this far away from that same becoming technologies merging with machines, talking to AI assistants, and laughing and crying with an AI assistant. So it's very important for you to get rid of those things that have defined you. People don't even know me. Okay, so I challenge you to make a who am I chart, just like I have. And it very much goes with the 12 different apostles of the 12 different fields in astrology. And people think that they're so superior and they've bypassed their astrology and that they're absolute individuals. And I'm listening to them going, you are exactly your astrology. You were born on a full moon and you identify yourself as a teacher, a facilitator, a mentor. That's because you're born on a full moon. You are exactly your astrology. Individuals, and I'm listening to them going, you are exactly your astrology. You were born on a full moon and you identify yourself as a teacher, a facilitator, a mentor. That's because you're born on a full moon. And the moon is our emotional field of what we think we have to be. So I would encourage you to really look at your astrological impediments and wonder if you're really an individual. Who am I? So in the first field, am I a daughter? Am I a granddaughter? Am I a...
By the way, that stick is her witch's magic wand. And I bet she'd admit to that. Maybe she has in other videos. I haven't seen all of her videos. I haven't seen most of her videos for the last 2 to 3 years. I exposed this creature years ago. Years ago. Did it do much good? Not really. Not really. That's what's kind of disheartening. I make videos exposing these creatures for years. And most people learn nothing, see nothing, still watch her. That's the way this realm is. It's a realm of zombies. It's a realm of followers.
abductee, because I have Persephone and Proserpina. Second, am I a mystic? Am I a private detective? Am I an actress? That's where I have Neptune. Third field, am I a researcher? Am I a theorist? Am I an abstract huntress? That's where my...
By the way, her channel is where Wendy came from, Manny, and some others. There was a guy that came from her channel. All of them are gone. Not a single being that came from Lolita's channel that I can think of came from there to my channel, stuck around for more than a year or two. They're all gone. All of them. Every single one that was from her channel. Comments are paused. Oh my goodness. She doesn't want comments. She paused her comments, but she still got 60 likes. People will like her stuff no matter what. Humans continue to show me you like shit. You don't want the truth. You don't want these creatures exposed. You want to click like on their shit. That's what most people do. I wonder if Louise, Manny, and I can't think of the guy's name, but he was a weird guy. He followed Lolita. Then he got upset one day. Anyway, people are fickle. But you know what isn't? The recycling bin. And that's what they're going to face one day. It's going to hit you quicker than you could really think of because time is going by fast. You'll see what I mean. You can follow Lolita and see if she's going to help you out. Follow this witch. She even calls herself a slut in this.
My sun and the ruler of my ascendant are in Sagittarius. Next, am I a teacher? Am I a sister? Am I a witch? Am I an athlete? Did you all know that I have records in track and field? That I played rugby in college? That I have records in track and field? Sister, am I a witch? Sister, am I a witch? Am I an athlete? Did you all know that I have records in track and field? That I played rugby in college? People don't know this about me, but they think I'm this up here, what they saw on social media. Am I a kirtan singer? Am I a gardener? Am I a mother? Am I mom? Am I a breeder? Or am I a clothes designer? Because I often make my own clothes. Made my children's clothes. One of my most important activities is ironing and designing clothes. Nobody thinks most important activities is ironing and designing clothes. Nobody's most important activities is ironing and designing clothes. Nobody thinks of that. Am I a pet care provider? Am I a humane society instructor? Am I a horse trainer? Am I a slave? Many of you think that I'm defined by my little dog Ezzy, who's a terrorist terrier. Many of you think that I'm defined by my little dog Ezzy, who's a terrorist terrier. But before, many of you think that I'm defined by my little dog Ezzy, who's a terrorist terrier. But before Ezzy, I had a pug dog Ezzy, who's a terrorist terrier. Am I a pet care provider? Am I a humane society instructor? Am I a horse trainer? Am I a slave? Many of you think that I'm defined by my little dog Ezzy, who's a terrorist terrier. But before Ezzy, I had a pug. Before my pug, I had a plot hound. But before Ezzy, I had a pug. Terrorist, 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 terrier, terrorist, terrorist, terrier. But before Ezzy, I had a pug. Before my pug, I had a plot hound. I was an amazing animal trainer. That's where my North Node is. But is that who I am? Oh, here's one. The 7th house. I'm a super bitch. I have Aries there. Am I a partner? Am I a wife? Am I a divorcee? I've been married multiple times. Maybe I'm a slut. I have Chiron there. Maybe I'm a slut. 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 Oh, here's one. The 7th house. I'm a super bitch. I have Aries there. I'm a super bitch. I'm a super bitch. I have Aries there. I'm a super bitch. I'm a super bitch. I have Aries there. Am I a partner? Am I a wife? Am I a divorcee? I've been married multiple times. Maybe I'm a slut. I have Chiron there. Maybe I'm a slut. Maybe I'm a slut. I have Chiron there. Feeling very wounded and outcast. What about the 8th house? Did y'all know I was an elder care provider for 20 years? I was a death doula. I sat with elderly people. I worked for the state of Vermont, but also privately. I sat with elderly people. I worked for the state of Vermont. I sat with elderly. I was a death doula. I was a death doula. I was a death doula. I sat with elderly people. I worked for the state of Vermont, but also privately. I worked in assisted living places. I was a elder care provider and a death doula. I sat with many people. That's where my Saturn is, 8th house. Oh, y'all know, 10,000 people know at least that I was a yoga teacher from 1993 to 2023. Many people will still say, oh my gosh, I know Lalita, she was my yoga teacher. 10,000 people can say that from 1993 to 2023. Oh, y'all know, 10,000 people know at least that I was a yoga teacher from 1993 to 2023. Many people will still say, oh my gosh, I know Lalita, she was my yoga teacher. 10,000 people can say that. What about an astrologer? Oh yeah, 10,000 people have had their charts read by me too, and I've been studying astrology since I was 6 years old. That's one of my definitions too. But is that what I am? Or is that my enslavement contract? Where my vertex is? Where people have wanted me to be some kind of a guru or a guide? It's too. But is that what I am? Or is studying astrology since I was 6 years old? That's one of my definitions too. But is that what I am? Or is that my enslavement contract? Where my vertex is? Where people have wanted me to be some kind of a guru or a guide? People also think, oh, I'm a shamanic practitioner and I use drums. No, listen to my sample dismemberment journey. There's no friggin' drum. It's me journeying into the void because that's my experience. I've often just fallen into the void where I am nothing at all. I am none of these things. I don't need to shake or rattle to be a shaman. I don't need to take drugs in the jungle either. What about this one? Here's how Claude sees me. I'm a master dishwasher. That's my 10th house career. Cancer's there. I wash dishes. I have a Claude sees me. 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 I'm a master dishwasher. That's my 10th house career. Cancer's there. I wash dishes. I have a dishwasher in my Florida house, but I won't use it because Claude identifies me as the master dishwasher. So all of you out there who think that I'm an astrologer or a shaman or a witch or an athlete or a personal trainer or a teacher or an outdoor educator, I'm actually a dishwasher because in Claude's mind, that's what I do. I'm a dishwasher. But I've also been a waitress. I've also been, that's what I do. I'm a dishwasher. I'm actually a dishwasher. Because in Claude's mind, that's what I do. I'm a dishwasher. But I've also been a waitress. I've also been a laundress. What else? Oh, I've also made preserves. Some of you have bought.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning, Salty Siren. I'm bringing up this definition on the screen for you. A death doula. That's what she claims to have been. A death doula, or death midwife, is a person who assists in the dying process. I'm not surprised that she was a death doula. I wonder if she was a mortician. She's a witch. She's something else.
Bought my tinctures, my black walnut tinctures for parasites. Okay, this is my cancer field. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I've also made preserves. Some of you have bought my tinctures, my black walnut tinctures for parasites. Okay, this is my cancer field. I identify myself as a laundress, actually. My favorite thing, and the way if I knew how to change my photo on YouTube, I would have a picture of myself with borax. Because what I really like to do is I like to take care of the dirty laundry. That's how I see myself. I take care of dirty laundry, yours and mine. Yeah, I'm a counselor, a master's degree, crisis counseling. What about over here, where I'm a YouTube questioner? I'm a path cutter. What am I? Oh, I see. I'm a counselor. That's how you all see me. Where you want me to.
I don't see you as a counselor. I want you to talk about Mother Earth more. Hype up the earth and hype up females. I want more of that content. I think that's your best stuff.
Clean your dirty laundry and fix your life. And then finally, in the 12th house of our self-undoing, what we don't take care of, what is hidden from the entire collective, this 12th house, is our enslavement contracts. What else? Oh, our demonic overlays. Mine happens to be a nog, a snake. I actually think that I don't have a slug or a worm, or happens to be a nog, a snake. I actually think that I don't have a slug or a worm or a snail. Enslavement contracts. What else? Oh, our demonic overlays. Mine happens to be a nog, a snake. I actually think that I don't have a slug or a worm or a snail or an ant overlay. I think I have a nog that comes and goes, and I've seen it, and I can draw you a picture of this fucker. And I'm not having it, all right? The 12th house is the enslavement contracts that nobody even knows goes on here. They don't know about the demonic overlays, they don't know about the cube technology, and they don't know the implants by AI. That if you play video games or you watch Netflix, it's activating those implants in your brain, which are oblivion. All right, so you don't know what you are. And you can be remote controlled all the time. So who am I? Am I any of these things? I'm none of these. And this is why I am not going to be an earthbound soul. Whether I can get into the 5th cycle or the 6th cycle and get out of here, whether I can get into, and this is why I am not, I'm none of these. And this is why I am not going to be an earthbound soul. whether I can get into the 5th cycle or the 6th cycle and get out of here, or whether I have to put myself in entropy, let me tell you, I am none of this. So if you think my videos are getting weirder, that's because you don't know me. I'm still trying to realize who I am. And for me, that's why I've practiced astrology, because everyone who thinks that they're realized, I go, you're just doing your astrology chart. You better remove that full moon configuration, which we're going to work on this week. We're going to work on the friggin' moon that defines you precisely, but you think you're an individual. That's why I remove your astrological impediments. And I encourage you to make something like this for yourself and reverse spin on this and really say, who am I? Because I've made videos about our fellow humans are the black magicians, because they want us to be one of these things. This is Don Juan's teaching, which is why I read those 13 books about Don Juan's teachings. He knew it was easier for women to get out of these definitions than men, because women are not really considered much, right? Claude just sees me as the dishwasher. Yeah, so he doesn't have a lot of expectations. And, you know, we slip in and out of these fields very easily. Men, according to Don Juan, have a very hard time because they really define themselves by what they do.
Yeah, that's the cliche that men define ourselves based on what we do. That's the old cliche. So she likes to say Claude calls her the dishwasher. She also said recently that she's celibate and she worried about Claude beating the shit out of her or graping her because she's not having sex with him anymore. She said that on a video. It crossed her mind, he might do this, he might do that. She's also called Claude a simpleton in past videos. She said when he's chopping wood or doing work, that's all that's on her mind. But she says as a complex female, she's solving the problems of the cosmos. And she's doing this and multitasking and doing that. And all these complex things in her head that we see no signs of her being intelligent beyond her big claims. It's fascinating. So she's basically called Claude a moron. In some senses, he must be to marry her, to have married that thing. He must be dumb in some way. In some ways, he'd have to be. I don't know why any straight man would want her. I don't know why. Now, is it punishment or a gift, her being celibate? Refusing sex to him? I don't know. In most cases, I would say it's abuse for the wife to do that, where she's not satisfying a certain need of her husband, and he's supposed to not go outside of the marriage for it. But in her case, maybe she's doing him a favor, saying, you know, like who would want that? I don't know. I don't know who would want this. I don't know. But here she is. I took a screenshot and just increased it a little bit for you in size, especially for the people on phones. So you can take a nice look at those eyes. Serpentine. Very dull, and the pupils turn into slits. And that's not normal. I shouldn't have to say that, but I know what realm I'm in. I'm in a realm where most humans accept anything as normal. You could see her eat a cockroach, flick her tongue out, and most people would say, well, what's wrong with that? It's free food.
Okay, and here's a picture of me. A traveler, a pilgrim, a wanderer, a person who does not have a home because I'm nothing at all. So people are always like, you know, when I went to that crocheting group at the library and they were like, where are you from? I'm like, well, right now I'm from Earth for now. Because I won't get into these stupid things. Oh, I'm from, well, I grew up and now I live. No, I'm barely even from Earth, folks.
She says, I'm from Earth. I tell people I'm not from here. And that's honest. I'm not from here. She says she's barely from Earth. You know, I just don't feel sorry for people that follow this because I've exposed her for about 3 years. What does it take? Does it take 30 years of my life to get through to you? How much do you want to take up of me and my life here and my time and never learn? I have to wonder at a certain point because I've already exposed this creature for a solid 3 years or so. What will it take?
These genetics are barely even human, and yours too. So, putting ourselves into these artificial categories and then pretending to be defined by any of these artificial categories is exactly what the impediment is. It's usually found in your astrology. It's extremely scripted down to your father's name, your brother's name, your uncle's name, the name Claude and Richter. All of it is there. All right, folks. You think you're an individual. And then the next layer of this is you start rolling with this script, this game, and then you start thinking that you're a teacher, a witch, an athlete. You start thinking that you're a mom, you're a mother, or that you're a partner, or that you're a laundress, or that you're a dishwasher. But really, it's over here in the 12th house, the hidden house that nobody sees. There's enslavement contracts. And
So I've seen Claude chopping wood and things, but I don't think she likes doing laundry or washing dishes. She keeps mentioning it. She's another oppressed woman. That's what she is. Oh my goodness. There's no fixing this. Not just her, but the millions and millions of feminist women. There's no fixing them. No, none at all. There's no chance of fixing this. There's hardly a chance of me if I spent the next 30 years plus the 3 I've exposed her already. So a good 33 solid years exposing her and others of me getting through to most of you humans on Earth. You just foobar. I'm convinced most can't learn. You can't. It's not just that you don't learn. You can't learn. That's what you've convinced me of over the years.
what's happening right now is we're changing over from the D10, the Dracos, to the grays, the tall grays. And the
Do you know how obvious it is to me what this is? Have you ever seen a carpenter where they have a tool belt and they have pouches for nails and they have the hook that they hang the hammer on? A carpenter's tools. You show a carpenter a hammer, they'd say, well, it's a hammer. They don't have any doubt. They don't have to guess. They don't have to wonder. They know what it is. But for most of you humans, it takes decades of others trying and trying and trying to get through to you. You still can't see. And this is just as obvious as seeing a hammer for a carpenter that's been a carpenter for decades. But I'm talking to the deaf and the blind for the most part in this realm. And I'm aware of it. That's the thing. I know I am. I think most of humanity prefers this shit. And every time I watch any videos on YouTube, I notice what most people are watching. You're gobbling it up. Smaller channels like hers, Tina and Karen, Dolores Cannon. just David Icke. It's endless. That's what you choose. You always choose to watch the programming. The vast majority of humans on Earth, when they're given a choice, you couldn't choose more demonic, stupid shit to watch. It's laughable, and you can't see. Everything's normal to you. I can show you her eye, and it all looks normal to you, fucking humans. Just does. Congratulations. These demons will lead you right into the recycling bin. And I doubt you're going to ever find another being like me or YouTube channels like mine or all the ways that I've tried to reach beings. Good luck. Good luck. You'll be stuck with this shit.
The enslavement contracts are changing, which is why it's incredibly important to get yourself up and out of here and all these definitions and connect to your true core essence, or else there's a trade going on. There's a business transaction happening right now between the old.
Maybe she should tell you to talk to your angels and spirit guides. And people buy it. I've exposed her in I don't know how many videos now for 3 years. And it hardly has reached anyone. You show me there's something wrong with most of you. You can't learn.
Seizing of our templates to new AI recolonizations. So you got to stop defining yourself by any of this stuff. And I revoke all contracts, agreements, and vows made with legacy control systems, consciously or unconsciously, across all timelines. Because I know who I am. I am getting up and
The old revoke all contract stuff that I've heard so many others. It's just the same shit. They recycle the same shit on Earth, and people just can't get enough of it. You love it.
out of here, right? I'm only here temporarily yourself by any of this stuff. And I revoke all contracts, agreements, and vows made with legacy control systems, consciously or unconsciously, across all timelines. Because I know who I am. I am getting up and out of here, right? I'm only here temporarily, and this whole place is supposed to shut down, as is the entire less progressive universe, which is the entire, and this whole place is supposed to shut down, and this whole place is supposed to shut down, as is the entire less progressive universe, which is all.
Who told you that? You know how this place is going to shut down? When I take action and do it, it won't on its own, lady. You're misleading people again, but they love it. They don't get upset or hate you for it or call you an evil charlatan or deceiver. Most people love to be duped by creatures like this. I'm convinced most of you humans would come here for millions of lifetimes if only you could have creatures like her deceiving you forever. I think people are addicted. They love being deceived. You love to be duped. And I know most of you view it the opposite way. They're innocent victims, Stephen. They don't know any better. You feel sorry for them. They got duped. They didn't know any, and that's the way you are. You feel sorry for them. But they love to follow this shit. They'd slap me in the face or shoot me in the face, and then they'd follow her. That's what I see with most humans. They don't appreciate me or my work. They appreciate lying witches like this. That's what I see in Hell Realm. I don't think most of you will ever see that. I'm just being honest. I don't think most of you humans will ever see what I just said. You won't see it. You don't have to. You just get recycled. That's all. You don't have to see anything. You can go to your grave or go to your bodily death and pop out a body and not see anything I've discussed over the years. You can follow this shit if you want to. She's saying the Matrix is just going to it's going to shut itself down. Oh man. Evil's going to defeat itself. In other words, It's so ridiculous, and it's believable to people because you don't want truth. You want feelings and beliefs. You don't want truth. You don't want what makes sense. I'm convinced most humans walking this earth hate the truth. That's what you show me.
I'm only here temporarily, and this whole place is supposed to shut down, as is the entire less progressive universe, which is all holographic out of here, right? I'm only here temporarily, and this whole place is supposed to shut down.
I've said countless times I'm only here temporarily. And now she's saying the exact thing word for word. People, it doesn't matter though. Most people will never understand what I'm saying. That's the thing. They just won't. They'll follow evil right into their graves, right into the hell pits of fire. Go ahead.
As is the entire less progressive universe, which is all holographic. It is supposed to shut down. It is an impermanent place, and I am none of this. Who am I? I'm nothing at all. I'm not going to be traded, enslaved in another contract. Permanent place, and I am none of this. Who am I? I'm nothing at all.
You're not even a dishwasher. You're tired of washing dishes. You're miserable.
I'm not going to be traded, enslaved in another contract, or earthbound. Thank you for listening. Understand, right, where surroundings to your child had this item, which is actually a piggy bank. I've had this item for over 50 years. That's called an attachment. Where does the attachment come from? That comes from the inner child, the little girl who was 3 or 4 years old, maybe even 5 or 6 years old, but I think I was, before I went to school, the inner child who has a lot of trauma and unresolved issues, in addition to the name Richard, which issues, a lot of trauma and unresolved issues, in addition to the name Richard, which is my father's name, my brother's name, and my uncle's name, so my Uncle Rick, gave me this, and all...
I thought that was Benedictine. Your uncle gave you something. Is that Benedictine? Is that Benny? Who is that? Look at that thing.
all of those childhood wounds literally go along with my Saturn in the 8th house with the asteroid Richard. Because I lost my father quite young, and my Uncle Rick kind of stepped in as a type of a guardian protector for a while. So he gave this to me, and this has been next to my bed, even in the cabin. This has gone through my childhood homes, then when I lived in New York near New Paltz, and I had a house there, then I went there. Then this thing came with me to Vermont, and then this thing came with me to New Hampshire. So you have to start doing some recognition about why are all of these earthbound souls floating out there in the plateau. They're not able to go forward because we're in a quarantine zone here, basically because we have a lot of perversions that the rest of the galaxy is going, there's no way you're joining us. And so we're in this rehabilitation zone, which is what Earth was, to rehabilitate ourselves, but we get stuck here. Much of it is because of the astrology, but also different factions that live vicariously through us. So the underworld, or the 7 layers below us, are kind of the underworld factions, like the Nog and other creepy creatures. And then there's the upper world 7-layer factions that stole our ascension codes, that you would call angels or guides or guardians, so that if you go into a state of like samadhi or bliss or ecstasy, they're feeding from your higher light. Okay, they basically cease to exist. And this is the artificial 4th and the artificial 5th dimension. But they cause these type of woundings to your child self through the astrology, which is an enslavement contract. So asteroid Richard in the 8th house, early death of the father Richard, surrogate father Richard gave me this thing. And that wounded child, that girl, is still attached to somehow this thing being my protector or my guardian. So I'm showing it to you folks because this is the last day this is going to be here. The very effective coursework that I'm doing with Glendy and the group that has gathered there, the changes are phenomenal. Like, so much so that when we did the 5th house, Claude and I spontaneously got rid of all of our bedding, our pillows, our sheets, our comforter, even the mattress pad cover. We cleaned out the whole bedroom and we got rid of all this. All this stuff went into garbage bags, right? No one should even have all of that energetic imprint of our sexuality, because to me, that was the unresolved rebellious teenager, right? Where you move from your childhood home into having sexual activity, which then also gives you some kind of focus that you're intimate, somebody loves you. But as I said in the last video called Dowsing, when I really looked at it and we stopped having sex and we're practicing celibacy now, I was like, well, all the fears came up of, well, maybe he'll leave me. Maybe I'll be abandoned. Maybe he'll get violent with me. He'll beat me up. He'll rape me. And Claude is walking around right now, so he can, if this is not true, or he objects with anything that I'm saying, he can intervene right now. But this is what's happening in my life. So many things are going so quickly because we're in an acceleration program right now. So like either you're going to level up right now, or you're going to become one of those earth-bound, like lost, fractured souls that cannot progress, but also cannot come back to earth. All right, so this is a very interesting situation that's happening right now. What I understand of the new group that has come in, because we're resonating basically with what's called the 2-8 pillars. So the resonation of that is with the Orions. And I remember this group from the Pleiadian situations and the Orion Wars. So we're resonating with the Orions, and what has been said, and I'll try and put a link to Randy Green's video, is that all the timelines are going to start dropping. So there are different timelines, and that allowed a lot more expansiveness of your experience, where a version of you is here, a version of you is in a different timeline, and a different timeline. It's all going to start dropping down to one timeline, which is called the subsidiary timeline. So for me, not only am I doing all the clearing work and doing all the coursework from the HAL Academy, so with the HAL philosophy book and the Teurology book by Randy Green, I'm doing her temporal awareness, so of different times and places and how to adjust yourself. And what I understood also on the journey of purification in her video about partnership and what drives us to reincarnate, that I need to speak to you about again, is that the male, as I've said in my videos,
with the rebellious teenager and you start having sex with people, the male's biofield is much stronger than the female biofield. So the unresolved rebellious teenager, right, where you move from your childhood home into having sexual activity, which then also gives you some kind of focus that you're intimate, somebody loves you. But as I said in the last video called Dowsing, when I really looked at it and we stopped having sex and we're practicing celibacy now, I was like, well, all the fears came up of, well, maybe he'll leave me. Maybe I'll be abandoned. Maybe he'll get violent with me. He'll beat me up. He'll rape me. And Claude is walking around right now, so he can, if this is not true, maybe I'll be abandoned. Maybe he'll get violent with me. He'll beat me up. He'll rape me. And Claude is walking around right now, so he can, if this is not true, or he objects with anything that I'm saying, he can intervene right now. But this is what's happening in my life. So many things are going so quickly because we're in an acceleration program right now. So like either you're going to level up right now or you're going to become one of those earth-bound, like lost.
What a lucky man to have a woman that thinks of him that way. Claude, you're so you're so lucky. I'm sorry, but what the hell? That's what you think of Claude, that he's going to do that to you. Oh, man. Oh.
Fractured souls that cannot progress, but also cannot come back to Earth. All right. So this is a very interesting situation that's happening right now. What I understand of the new group that has come in, because we're resonating basically with what's called the 2-8 pillars. So the resonation of that is with the Orions. And I remember this group from the Pleiadian situations and the Orion Wars. So we're resonating with the Orions, and what has been said, and I'll try and put a link to Randy Green's video, is that all the timelines are going to start dropping. So there are different timelines, and that allowed a lot more expansiveness of your experience, where a version of you is here, a version of you is in a different timeline, and a different timeline. It's all going to start dropping down to one timeline, which is called the subsidiary timeline. So for me, not only am I doing all the clearing work and doing all the coursework from the HAL Academy, so with the HAL philosophy book and the Teurology book by Randy Green, I'm doing her temporal awareness, so of different times and places and how to adjust yourself. And what I understood also on the journey of purification in her video about partnership and what drives us to reincarnate, that I need to speak to you about again, is that the male, as I've said in my videos, with the rebellious teenager, and you start having sex with people, the male's biofield is much stronger than the female biofield. So when you have sex, the man loses all his consciousness and his energy completely, and he goes into the abyss, and he draws the female, which is XX, the 4 cycle, down into the underworld. So every time you have sex, not only are you feeding the incubi, the succubi, the Leviathan, all of these creatures, because outside of here, there is nobody having sex, folks. So as much as we've been told that that is sacred and that is beautiful and that's divine and all the baloney that we've been told from the tantrics, that is truly a perversion. Okay, so when you let go of that, Claude is coming up and up and up so that he is clearing much faster things that could never be cleared, because he's got that energy for himself now. So he's not, allowing those secretions to be harvested and so forth. But what happens to the female if she wants to be on the path of liberation is that the male biofield, even if you're not having sex, but you sleep in the same bed, his rings and his state of being, whether he's regressed and he's not very, what people call awake, he's not progressing anyway, and he's not purifying himself, you're coming down to the lowest denominator of him. And that's why I find that women will come to me and do a session and they'll say, how does my chart match with this guy's chart? And, you know, the charts will look beautiful, like you get along great, but the moment you start having sex, the woman loses her mind. And that is because you're basically then operating in his biofield with all of his afflictions and lack of purity. Sperm also tranquilizes and hypnotizes the female, and it stays in you for 7 years. So you want to start immediately. We're on a very accelerated program of either progression or you're going to start regressing, because after the wounded child and the rascally rebellious teenager who is talking back and angry at the government and angry at their parents, those people also tend to be the really hardcore conspiracy theorists, because they think if they just overthrow the government, everything's going to be fine. None of that is true, but okay, go ahead and think that. And then you have the oblivious adult who gets stuck in their ways, and they keep accumulating more and more attachment to their grandchildren and so forth. They're fake friends on social media who they've never met, but they feel like they need to like everything on social media and keep these people as their friends. So that is also slowing you down. In addition to what I learned about the fourth cycle, we were supposed to work in energetic teams, or what you call tribes, of people that match your energy level. And what I learned was that was turned into the family, that's your team or your tribe. But when you're relating to your family, you usually get family members that are not even coherent with your soul, although you might have genetic affinity and need to pick up genetics there. Whenever you are celebrating some family thing, doing some family thing, you're dropping down into the lowest common denominator of your family. And I can see this in my family, which is why I can't even talk on the phone to my family members anymore. I only write letters now. I don't even text. So the family, when you go to a family function and you're all sitting around the campfire or whatever, and the topics get worse and worse, and the old stuff that happened to you back when you were a little kid, and the topics are lower and more regressed and more disgusting, and then you come away and you feel very comfortable because you came from that molecular structure of your parents or whatever, or you have a very close DNA match to your brother or whomever you're speaking to. But then you're completely contaminated by everything that they are. So you become the lowest common denominator and start resonating at that level. And then you got to lift yourself up again. It's really unbelievable how this has worked with the breeding program and everything, which can be seen in the astrology. So you want to let go of your family. You want to let go of the crappy stuff that you're still attached to, that your family members gave you. So that's going today. The other thing that is happening is Claude is improving so much that we did the 8th house clearing this week, and he realized that he's been sitting in this chair that was from an elderly woman who died, and he was all slumped over, and he's taking on the energy of this antique chair, and the chair is out of the house now. So all the family Bibles, all the family heirlooms, all my broken inner child stuff out of the house. And it's not because I don't recall with sincere love that inner child, but I don't need the fragmented, broken part of her. Like, I do not incorporate the shadow. I look at it and go, geez, she was extremely traumatized. And then I do a lot of healing work on myself that you can get from the energy healing courses from Randy Green. And then you're going to start to progress, and it's got, like, things are going to leave your life, like the heirloom sapphire gold earrings of my grandmother are no longer in this house, even though they're some kind of an heirloom. The stuff is going, and the energy in the house, like I'm just looking around at how spacious and open and clear and purified the house feels. Now, if you're in an apartment complex, just realize you want to do your energy clearing work as far away from the walls or of other people, or people above you or people below you, because when you open your biofield and start clearing it, you can take in the cooties from those people too. So it's not just the guy you're sleeping with in the bed that you're in, or the family members sitting around the campfire. It's also the apartment dwellers if you're in apartments. So this, again, to the best of the ability, you want to get a sacred space that is just your space that you can work in, that is like your very clear, purified area, so that you're not getting cooties. Also, be careful when you're traveling to not open your energy fields, because traveling is really a place where there's a lot of cooties out there, people with infected genetics, okay? And those infections are galactic races that are trying to get inside of us and use us as their vessel, and there are a whole bunch of scavenger races here right now. What else did I want to talk about? So what drives us into reincarnation is this astrology wheel, okay? So you're born from a mother. She was either emotionally safe or not. And then you got childhood trauma. That developed your ego. So Cancer is emotional safety. Second house in the Thema Monday of traditional ancient astrology is Leo. Cancer, Leo, not Aries. Okay, Aries is modern, and that's where the distortions come in. So were you emotionally safe? You got born from a woman's vagina, which is also not happening anywhere else in the multiverse, okay? Only here. This is truly a punishment. Then your ego drives your resources, Leo. And that is the gate of Hades, that depending on how you make money will put you into this death and debt field up here in the 8th house. Then you go into the 3rd house, Virgo, early study, making boxes, linear thinking. This goes here, that goes there, this box is this, that's Virgo, okay? That's your 3rd house Thema Monday. And what you learned as a childhood is from your siblings, your neighbors, your community that is local, like your local neighborhood, and those influences on you. That's still like until 11 years old, okay? 0, little kid to 11-year-old, and then Libra in the Thema Monday is, what did I learn from my parents? What are the belief programs that I was forced to people please? That's Libra. To be kind and compassionate to parents who may not have been good parents, may not have been mature, may not have been just or fair or diplomatic or balanced or harmonious in any way, so you became a people pleaser. Then you get to Scorpio, which in the Thema Monday is the 5th house, and you become this rebellious teenager and you start having sex with people. All right, and then you get all the infections from people outside of your family. So these houses are the interpersonal houses. These houses are the personal houses. Here, you start getting your first infections of the cooties that happen through sexuality. As I said, the Y chromosome is third cycle, so the man's biofield is very much like, I want to entrap you, I want to possess you, I want you to be mine, I want to conquer you, and if you don't give me access to what I want, I'm going to violate you. So this is the womb. Scorpio is the womb. Okay, so a lot of clearing needs to happen on those energetics so that you are not earthbound. Then we get to the 6th house, which is health, slavery, and small pets. I'm going to do my best to put a link in the description of a very controversial subject, which is small animals, particularly the cat. And right now, Ezzy's on the bed and she's, being distracted by a fly. This is also a place of where we have health problems that create slavery, because a cat, according to the Sumerian text, were brought here by the Anunnaki as watchers. And they have 3 major diseases, one of which is toxoplasmosis gondii, that causes brain fog, but asthma, other kinds of problems that people have. In the ancient times, the cats were both Egyptian, when the pharaohs came in as watchers, Sumerian, they come into your home, they were the first cell phone device. So these are literally surveillance devices. So if you ever feel like your cat is watching you, you're right. And that doesn't mean I want you to harm your cat. I have always protected all animals, including cats, but I know what they are. And this is about objectively, like all my videos about Hollywood, and objectively saying, who are these people? Who are these people? Well, what is a cat? According to Terology by Randy Green, the energy system of a cat is actually a reptilian, okay? And they are, quote, scout vessels for the Draco reptilian overlords. And they were therefore considered linked up to the gods, okay? So these things, they have hearing. I wrote a whole bunch of things about cats and the frequency level that they can hear compared to a dog. They are basically little surveillance items that watch you. There is, trying to find my notes about this, there is a video that explains like exactly the frequencies that they're able to pick up. They're stronger than a cell phone in terms of spying on you. Now, in ancient times, the Templars would sniff the butt of a cat, and other people use this method of sniffing the butt of a cat because toxoplasmosis gondii makes you very violent and agitated for men, and for women, it makes you sexually promiscuous. So the 6th house is health, but it's also those small animals that are not very good for us. And some of the people that are in the group, they needed to clear. They found out using their pendulum more in the 6th house, and they found out it was actually their cat. The cat tends to have spirit attachments that can affect you. Then the 7th house is your partner, which everybody wants a partner. They want their love life to go well. And the jokes that I'm making is like, that's who you end up with in divorce court, because the 7th house is opposition to the 1st house. This is Cancer, this is Capricorn, this is ruled by Saturn, where if you did not have good boundaries, you're going to end up in divorce court. All right. Then that leads you to the 8th house of debt and death and what you must let go of. So the death, the debt, all of that kind of stuff is like the detritus, the underworld stuff, all the dead bodies, all the things, the family heirlooms that we're still attached to, and so forth. Then the 9th house is the upper world, where you go into samadhi and you're crying and you're singing and you're saying Om and you're doing some religious ritual. And all those upper world things in the artificial fifth steal our ascension codes, steal our light. Those things are called angels and guides and guardians, and they're actually very, very dark light that need to seize our joy and our bliss. So this is kind of like New Age, which goes with Pisces. Okay, let go and let God. It's ruled by Jupiter. Everything's going to be okay. And as long as you're attached to that, you're going to be remaining earthbound, because all of those angels are in fact horrible demons that cease to exist. In fact, Gabrielle was an Anunnaki. Gabrielle was a female, and apparently the rib came out of Gabrielle to make Adam, not the opposite. Okay, Adam did not give a rib to make Eve. Gabrielle, a female Anunnaki, gave her rib to make Adam. So these upper world things that people call angels are in fact demons. And then Aries is, your attachment to being CEO of the company. It's like you want to have a job and vocation. This would be the 4-10 pillar of Aries, the ram. This would be the Draco, where you got to work for the war machine, the military industrial complex. So most of our jobs are tied somehow to war, and that's going to keep you earthbound, because whoever you're working for, like I said, when I found out that the Rockefellers were running the Woodstock Inn and owned basically most everything in Woodstock, not only did I quit my job, but Claude and I got the heck out of there. All right, so we got out of Woodstock, Vermont. So be careful about where you work and who that ties you into. This week, we're going to start clearing the 11th house is your friends. Who's your friends? Usually it's opposite the 5th house, is whoever your kids, like you're a soccer mom, or you got to go to karate, or you got to go to some birthday party event, and you end up having friends that are not your friends. And Taurus is the throat, where you cannot say anything true, but you can have nice time, social, having pizza, drinking beer. This is the United States, where it is like social, sensual, and you end up having sex with your friends, and you go back to the 5th house and the breeding program. So this is how we remain earthbound, is we think all of this is a good idea instead of clearing it. And then that brings us into the 12th house, where curiosity killed the cat, where you end up coming back here again. And when you find out the words of the 12th house, of these demons and imprisonment and so forth, it's because it's ruled by Gemini, and you're just curious and you want to flirt around a little bit more because you didn't feel like you completed your mission and so on with Earth. And then you're right back into the imprisonment system. And what's happening now, as far as I know, is that the Orions are giving infusions to our sun, which is why I have nothing to do with the sun. And probably most of you saw the sun was red this week. I'm not sure that that's from fires, because they sprayed the skies tremendously, as if they were trying to cover something. The Zeta put up pictures of Nibiru is still, at this time of year, the sun is always red. And I gotta always wonder if it's really the wildfires or what that is. So I'm going to be looking into that more. But the 12th house stuff is, you didn't get it that this is a rehabilitation zone, that this whole thing is closing down because it's supposed to close down, because it's not a permanent place. So at first we had the Andromedans giving us infusions, and now we have the Orions doing infusions to the sun. And I want nothing to do with the sun, because it is now a very different object with a different group. And if you're getting banknotes from that sun, and this is the area of the Orions, okay? This, between Gemini and Cancer, these are the Orion stars. So how do you get looped back in here? Be careful where you get your bank notes and your money. And we see a lot more weird bugs out there because the Orions are kind of correlated with the insectoid races. So there's tons of weird bugs. Ticks are biting us, but they're not sucking our blood. They're just biting us. So they're injecting those insectoid genetics into you. So like the 6th house of these cats, there are bugs here that are injecting you with various like infected genetics, bacteria, things that should not be in your body. So you need to clear that stuff out so you're not contaminated. So how do we get stuck in here? It's because this is the base program and we think this is good and we should have children and we should have cats and we should have a partner and we should hold on to the family heirlooms and we should practice religion and we should have a job for, you know, the war machine, and we should have friends with people that we cannot really speak the truth to, but we're socially polite. And then we end up back in here going, well, I never really got to be my true self. I think I have to come back again. This program is not how you find your true self. That's why we're clearing the astrological impediments. And I thank you for supporting us because we are really kicking some butt. We're having some serious changes, and I hope you are too. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.